What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan for a morning and early afternoon of arrivals. It is Friday, July 18th, 2025. And it's a bit more cloudy than it was yesterday. There's a helicopter over there that was circling. Now returning to, or continuing on its journey. I don't know what it's doing, but it was there. It was going around in circles and it wasn't around the main tower. I think it could have been around the Polderbaan tower, but it's a bit hard to see. We're on the north side where they are still constructing. I'm standing right next to the cycling path, really close to the cycling path where the grass is higher. So that at least we can see a little bit of the runway. It's not ideal, I know. Camera also now at eye level. Everything is a bit mounted a bit higher than I am used to. I hope it's going to work out. We are expecting quite a few interesting airplanes, so it promises to be a nice show. A warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. Maria, goedenavond. Ruud, Nancy, Ari, Jay, good morning. Jeff, good morning, mate. Mighty Ravendar, good morning. I thought I heard firefighters, but maybe it was something else. I was looking behind me. I thought the firefighters were coming, but didn't see anybody. Right now, Polderbaan is the only runway in use for arrivals, departures to the south and southwest via runway 24 and 18 left. And Polderbaan, of course, in use as 18 right today. Mieke, goedemorgen. Mighty Ravendar, good morning. Russell also says hi to everybody. Gra, gra. Gra, gra. Gra. Screw you, he says. Yeah. What's he like, eh? Gra, gra. Froggy, Staff God, good morning. Bart, good morning. Matt, goedemorgen. Centaur Gert, goedemorgen. Ruud, goedemorgen. Patatje Mayo, goedemorgen. Hadi Klaartje, goedemorgen. Elwa, goedemorgen. Gra, gra. Yeah, gra, gra. What are they doing to our Polderbaan? Gra. It's exactly what I am thinking. Gra. Gra, gra. No response. He's busy doing more important things. Personal hygiene. All right. It is time for a couple of wide bodies next. Air China Cargo will be next, arriving from Chengdu in China, and that's an A330-200. There it is already. You can also see lights of an airplane that is flying behind it. And that would be KLM flight 676, returning from Edmonton, Canada. That is a 777-200. And behind it, turning in, should be a Delta A330 Neo. We can see that turning in right there. So that's 3 consecutive wide bodies coming in next. Jordi Ying, goedemorgen. Nicky, goedemorgen. Ton, goedemorgen. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Marcel, goedemorgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Misam As, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Friday. Hope you're all doing well. Now, as if construction on the other side of the water isn't enough, they're also busy over here. And they were also busy over there cutting the grass but no more. So yeah, expect a lot of things. Hey Ali, good morning, welcome back. Air China Cargo, flight 3159. Using the reversers. Hey there, Yeo Slam. Reticent guy, good morning, mate. If you're wondering what you're hearing. Little excavator just now passed me by. Reticent guy, Razor 013, Dukman, Froggy, good morning. Wombat Parade, good to see you again, mate. Ruud A, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. C-Stiff, not sure if I pronounced that properly. Good morning. Hey, Reticent wife, good morning. Thomas, goedemorgen. Jetstream Journeys, goedemorgen. Good morning. Scholar J, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Geert, goedemorgen. KLM flight 676 having arrived from Edmonton, Canada, flown by KLM Asia. Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Kilo. Hey Rodi, goedemorgen. 8 hours and 8 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. And the Chinese A330 is still over there. Big picture overview. Not a lot of wind. What wind there is blowing from the south mostly, but it's hardly a breeze. Right now it is still cloudy. The wind is, the clouds are drifting in from the west more or less. So there is a bit of openness at the horizon. How fast it's going to get here and whether or not the clouds are going to dissolve in the meantime remains to be seen. Right now it is overcast, but we do have good visibility on ground level. The clouds that you see are higher up, means that we can see the glide slope quite well. And actually the clouds work in our favor, providing a good contrasty backdrop so that we can see the airplanes approaching better than with more haziness or a perfectly blue sky. This is Delta Airlines Flight 56, A330neo, arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah, 9 hours and 12 minutes underway already. Brand new airplane, it began to fly for the first time in April this year. It's the November 434 Delta X-Ray. Good morning, what a shame. Good to have you back, mate. Yali J, good morning, goedemorgen. Raas 010, goedemorgen. Oh. Low-key wheeling. Brand new airplane means the flap surfaces should still be pretty clean. Yeah. Those are probably just coloration differences because of different materials and not necessarily exactly square bits of dirt. All right, what is next in the virtual pipeline? Well, the pipeline has excrement in it, but I'm talking of course about the glide slope. 2 SCS's back to back. 2 Sassy airplanes, an Embraer 195 arriving from Oslo. In the bottom right, top left is an A320neo arriving from Copenhagen. Hey Greetje, goedemorgen. Hendrik, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen. Rick, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Friday. It's a morning of Polderbaan arrivals here. They're still working. Means that visibility is a bit suboptimal. A couple of airplanes of interest are on the way. Let me also show you in a few moments. The Orange Pride is coming. The A380 is coming. 2 or 3 747s, I think, were also incoming. This is SAS flight 821, Embraer 195, arriving from Oslo. Oh! 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 Take it easy! Take it easy! Be nice to each other. Come on. Wow. Koet's getting territorial here. So much for peace, love and happiness here. Man. Nasty bugger. Next up, SAS flight 2551 arriving from Copenhagen, A320neo. Let's have a quick look at, well, the wind is blowing from the southeast, more or less 5 knots. Just a few clouds at 4,000 feet. Not much else to write home about. First, 747 is already in Dutch airspace. Expected in 20 minutes from now, arriving from Dubai, a 747-8 Cathay Pacific cargo. Orange Pride is arriving around 12:30. We have Atlas Air arriving around 2 o'clock. We have Saudia on their way, which is expected at a time where only the Polderbaan is expected to be open, so that's also coming our way. These two are probably going to get away. Compass Air Cargo is arriving around 1:12. It's arriving from the east, so that's a candidate for the center runway, and so too will be the A380, expected around 1:20. If all is well, I'm going to stick around to catch all of these airplanes of interest, so if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. Next airplane coming in is a relocation flight, I think. It's a KLM Dreamliner arriving from Dubai. It's a 7879 Dreamliner. KLM 810 is what it says here. Nothing more than that. 6 hours, 42 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, India. Hadi Koen, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. South Island Aviation, good morning. Denzel, goedemorgen. Brandon, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan on the north side, where they're still constructing or reinforcing the dike or whatever it is that they're doing over here. Still work in progress, means that visibility is impaired. I'm already standing further away from the water and closer, actually right next to the cycling path where the grass is highest. Also have the camera mounted higher. It's now at eye level, so that we can at least oversee everything, well, the best we can. Already walked up and down a little bit before setting up over here. Doesn't really matter. It does look like things are getting a bit higher the further north I went, so that's why I set up a bit further south than where I normally would have set up. Stranger also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. So yeah, if I counted correctly, those were 3 747s, 1 A380 and 1 Orange Pride underway. Hadi Lise, goedemorgen. And also a massive big thank you to AJ, aka Ali, who just now gifted no less than 10 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Ali if you are one of the recipients of her gifted memberships just now. Ali, thank you so much for your tremendous generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you said, screw it, I'll do it anyway. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, new members. Also, if you are now a member, don't forget you can cast your vote. There's an election for the determination which will become the eventual 33rd and 34th custom emoji. The polls are open. Well, I say plural, but it's actually just one poll where you can choose your 2 favorites. If you haven't cast your vote yet, don't forget to do so. The poll still runs for another 12 days. And the 2 suggestions with the highest number of votes will become the new emoji. We might even get... I still have to determine what we will, what to do. Well, you guys will determine. When Play is no longer going to fly to Amsterdam come October, what to do with the custom emoji that we have. Quite regularly there's a woman who passes by on her bicycle in the morning hours. You probably heard her just now, singing on the bicycle. Anyway, we have another wide body coming in right now. KLM Flight 668, arriving from Austin, Texas. 7879 Dreamliner, 8 hours 40 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, Oscar. 7-year-old airplane, first flight, March 2018. A good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Adriaan, goedemorgen. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Jannes, good morning. Mrs. J, good morning. Mrs. J tuning in from Johannesburg, South. Gohane, good morning. Stone Cold English. Well, that's interesting because Stone Cold English usually refers to people speaking grammatically incorrect English and not an accent. So if you're referring to accent, you're actually using the term incorrectly. Dear Kantoor, thank you so much for your continued support. 14 months of membership. Vote for hashtag Lufty. Already waiting for 14 months. Oh dear. Well, in that case, yeah. When I had a look, Lufty was quite popular. Don't recall which position it was. I'm also not going to tell. Don't want to influence the election. But there definitely were a few favorites already. I hope, Dirk, you are still comfortable waiting in the Aurora Sky Lounge, waiting for the Lufty custom emoji to be elected. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, and I hope everything is going to stay to your liking. Marty, good day. Just Marcel, goedemorgen. Looked like the tractor had returned. The one that was initially here, but maybe it was just going around the roundabout. Johan, goedemorgen. Leen, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Alan, goedemorgen. Good morning. North Sky Aviation, good morning. And just Marcel just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the club, mate. You're now also eligible to vote in the election, so if you have favorites for the custom emoji of the 15 that were suggested, head over to the community section for members. Follow the link in the latest post. It should bring you to a poll where you can cast up to 2 votes for your favorite suggestions for the new custom emojis. Custom emojis number 33 and 34. Have fun with them, Marcel. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Aldert, goedemorgen. Dukman asks how many bottles of vodka do you want for adding a Lufty emoji? I am not for sale, my friend. Hey there Marco, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. David, goedemorgen. And good morning to everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. This is El Al, flight 337, arriving from Tel Aviv. It's a 7879 Dreamliner that departed from Tel Aviv 4 hours and 7 minutes ago. For X-Ray Alpha Delta November is the registration. And it began flying in July last year. So it celebrates its first birthday somewhere this month. I also am hearing outbound traffic. It sounded bigger than it actually is. Thought I was hearing a wide body, but it's quote unquote just a 737 that just took off from runway 24, which is open for departures. This is something with a bigger circumference, or at least the fuselage. A350 from Delta. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1570 arriving from Porto in Portugal. That's a 737-800, and there's an SAS A320 arriving from Stockholm behind it. And also visible already is an EasyJet A320 arriving from Bristol. In the meantime, Roel just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member, Roel Buskoop. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to have fun with custom emojis that are now at your disposal. And don't forget to cast your vote in the custom emoji election. Go to the community section for members. The last post has a link in it. If you follow it, you'll end up at a poll where you can give up to 2 votes for your 2 favorite suggestions. There were 15 suggestions. And the 2 with the most votes will become emojis 33 and 34. Now I'm thinking what to do when play will stop going to Schiphol, which will happen in a couple of months from now. Do you guys want to keep the emoji? Do you guys want to have the emoji that came in third as a replacement? Or should I maybe ask the audience via an official poll? Maybe that's the best thing to do. For now, we still have playtime in use. It's probably underway. Haven't checked, but that's usually the case. Okay. Is that an arrival for the Polderbaan? Where did I see it? Probably a bit. Yeah, there it is. Ah, yeah, it is an arrival for the Polderbaan. It is the Cathay Pacific Cargo 747. That is now turning base over the city of turning downwind over the city of Amsterdam. Nice. Good morning, Francisco. Welcome to the show. And happy Friday to you too, buddy. So yeah, nice contrasty backdrop in the form of some high clouds. EasyJet A320 will be next, arriving from Bristol, and the airplane that is behind it is another wide body from Air Canada. There it is, Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal. EasyJet flight 22921 arriving from Bristol, underway for 52 minutes. 16-year-old airplane, first flight March 2009. And Bas BJC is celebrating 5 months of membership. Goedemorgen Bas. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. 1 more month and you'll be turning yellow. 6 months of yellow and then it is on to green. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Bas. Hit me up if something is running low on supplies or if we need other stuff. If you have suggestions, let me know. Hey Kevo, morning mate. The Cathay 747 just flew over him in Zeeburg. Woke him up. Kevo, also one of the ground crew on a trip through Europe. 5-week journey, and this is his last leg. Then it's back to Essex. Back to work on Monday. Are you coming over later, Kevo? Air Canada, flight 900, arriving from Montreal. Bank robber, announcing its arrival with its reversers. Nice Karen cabin. Jaap, goedemorgen. Everything is good in the lounge, Bus says. I'm happy to hear that, mate. But if we are running low on stuff or if you have any suggestions, let me know. Superboy Mo says, so cool, I didn't know plane engines cut open when landing. Yeah, or they have little doors that open up. It's the reverse thrust, part of the mechanisms that airplanes have to slow down when they are landing. We have 2 airplanes visible, an Embraer 190 and a 787-10 Dreamliner, both flying for or are from KLM. Third airplane that you see, that's the Queen already. Nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot. Where is Jerry? He is missing out on good stuff here. The 747 already extending the gear and now to the Dreamliner. If you think it looks pixelated, it is because I am in the far end of digital zoom right now. Almost at 400 times. Particularly light sources. Get very pixelated. Hey Andrew, buongiorno, good morning. Just in time for the Queen, indeed. Bevroren patat, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Hey Danny, goedemorgen kerel. Welcome back mate. Hope all is well. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, and the first of, I think I counted 3 or 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 Queens are arriving. 4 Queens, 1 A380, and also the KLM Orange Pride. Right now, an Embraer 190 is landing. It's flying on behalf of KLM, but it is a German Airways one. Oef, guten Morgen. Katja, goedemorgen. Ray, goedemorgen. Ray fancies some fries, but not frozen. Michael, goedemorgen. Frederick, goedemorgen. Good morning, one and all. Hope everybody is doing well. What a glide slope shot. Here in the foreground, KLM Flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK. 787-10 Dreamliner. At Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 65, arriving from Dubai World Center. 747-8 freighter behind it. Top end of optical zoom. Yeah. It's landing. It is the BKA with 100 years. A reminder to brush your teeth daily, twice a day. Courtesy of KLM. Hey, bear with me. Good to see you again, mate. Kevin, goedemorgen. Marco, goedemorgen. PH, Jet, good morning. Siep, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. First of 4 Queens. 4 Queens, 1 A380, 1 Orange Pride is what is on the menu for today. Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 65, 7478 Dream, 7478 Dreamliner, Boeing, jeez. I think I still need to wake up a bit more. Registration Bravo, Lima, Juliet, Bravo, 7 hours and 30 minutes on the way. That's an hour more than the A380 would have flown from Dubai. So it's probably rerouted, different route than the A380 would have flown. 13 years old. Nothing wrong with the reversers on this one. Holy cow, that was loud. Should have said this beforehand, but AMS Live cannot be held accountable for loss to any speakers or eardrums. You are watching this stream at your own discretion. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Perfect timing. Her Majesty is vacating the runway, making room for more wide bodies to arrive. Hadian, goedemorgen. Ronnie, goedemorgen. Hey, Sarah is also back, just in time for the 747. Perfect timing then. It's the first of 4 747s expected for the duration of the show. 4 747s, the KLM Orange Pride, the A380, and this is KLM Flight 598, a 777-300 The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Victor, Charlie. Of course, this airplane returning from Cape Town, South. Hadi Wouter, goedemorgen. Mars, good morning. Ray is still rounding up volunteers for the AMS Live Tinnitus Reparations Class Action Lawsuit. Reparations? Oh, if only there were reparations that you can give when people have tinnitus. To my knowledge, no cure for that yet. Next up is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A330-300, November 808, November Whiskey is the registration. The airplane is 21 years old. First flight was in March 2004. 8 hours and a minute on the way. Hadi Alm, goedemorgen. Alan, What is up, mate? Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Hardly any wind. You can see the windmills in the background. Some of them are spinning, some aren't. Those that are spinning aren't spinning really fast. It's more a slight breeze, but it is nice and refreshing. It's not as warm as it was yesterday. Although on paper it is set to become warmer than it did yesterday. Undoubtedly, if the sun is going to shine more abundantly, but I had a look on the satellite and there's an area of cloudiness that first needs to pass over the country, at least over the west. Definitely some openings here and there. Right now I am also standing here with my jeans on and I have my vest on. The vest might be a little bit of overkill, but then again, it's also not exceedingly warm. Hey Tom, goedemorgen. Tom says in Dutch, it might be an optical illusion, but particularly with the heavier aircraft, it looks like when you are looking at 11 o'clock, if the runway is angling a little bit to the right at 11 o'clock. What do you mean with 11 o'clock? Do you mean over here or over here? What's the 12 o'clock? In other words, is that looking to the north? Is that looking to the south? Is that looking to the east? Towards the canal? In that case, I can also maybe zoom in and we can see if it is an optical illusion or not. I hope it isn't. You'd think that they'd construct a runway. Well, no, it doesn't have to be. There are plenty of runways that are angled. Who knows, you might be right, Tom. 2 o'clock, northeast. Ah, okay. Right. So, hey, goedemorgen Bart. Ja, lekker uitzicht hè. Ja, je moet hier staan, hoog staan. Camera hoog oplijnen. Wat zei je? Ja, ik zat ook al te kijken van, kan ik misschien gaan staan op het betonnen bankje, dat ik hem helemaal maximaal uit... Werkt niet? Oké. Ik vond het ook een beetje lastig ogen. Hopelijk is het snel over. Ja, waarschijnlijk wel. Ja, precies. V1 Aviation Bart passing by. We were talking about how nice the view is over here. And I was telling to Bart that as I was walking by, I already considered setting up the tripod in the highest position and filming while standing on the concrete bench. Bart already said he tried and it wasn't a success. I also thought it looked a bit dodgy, so yeah. Bart thinks it might still take a couple of more weeks before they're going to be done over here, and I'm afraid he might be right. In the meantime, good morning, W. And also, Alan, thank you so much for your generosity. Big Al, aka Alan, just now gifting a membership. Who was the recipient? Mrs. J. Mrs. J, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Enjoy the custom emojis. Don't forget to vote. You can now vote in the membership, the member election, where you can decide which will become custom emoji numbers 33 and 34. Alan, thank you so much for your generosity, and welcome to the Sky Lounge, Mrs. J. Anyway, Dennis, goedemorgen. Sven, goedemorgen. Nienke, goedemorgen. Nienke asks, what are they doing? I think in reference to this, I think they are reinforcing the dike or whatever you want to call this. They are placing sand and these long wooden poles are driven into the water with fences. It was best seen yesterday when we were standing a bit further to the south, because they are working on this project from south to north. I'm wondering, yeah, now the grass is in the way, and here the bridge is in the way, and here they haven't constructed everything yet, so it's hard for me to show you. It is reinforcements of the dike, for lack of a better word. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat, good to see ya. Boris, goedemorgen. Dutch Kangaroo, good morning. King Kong, good morning. Valentijn, goedemorgen. Maria is celebrating 200 likes. We already crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that. That's 20% of an airplane dance on the way. Now, don't vote or like if you don't want to see an airplane dance. If you do want to see an airplane dance and you haven't liked yet, don't forget to do so. 1,000 likes will get you an airplane dance. And it's been a long time since I did it. I'm a bit rusty probably, although the audio should still be good, even at a distance. Croatia Airlines in the meantime. Well, what is coming in next? It is going to be Indigo, operated by Norse, arriving from Mumbai. Lima, November, Foxtrot, November Charlie is the registration. It is 8 hours and 24 minutes on the way. 7879 Dreamliner. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight May 2018. Hadi Gerrit, goedemorgen. Hadi Dishart, goedemorgen. Willem, goedemorgen. Michael hasn't been sighted in the chat yet, has he? First CRJ on the glide slope will land in a few minutes. Everglades. That's a bit of a boring name for an airplane, isn't it? Doesn't Schiphol also have an Everglades? Paulus, goedemorgen. Guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Theo, goedemorgen. Michael G. Kelly, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Long time no see. Hey, and Wouter just became our latest Aurora Skylounge member. Wouterbot, thank you so much for your confidence, your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge. Have fun with the custom emojis, mate. Don't forget to vote in the election. You can pick your 2 favorite options. Norse with an Indigo sticker. Renato is tuning in from Switzerland. Nice to see so many people from all over the world tuning in. Welcome one and all. Oh, Happy New Year! Courtesy of Bird Control. That's K4. Was that a Cobra 6? Loud explosive. Air France Bombardier C-Series 300, flight 1444, arrival from Paris, 46 minutes the flight time. Nominal flight duration. Alrighty, next up, first CRJ of the show. 2 more airplanes already visible. A320neo, Air Malta, KM Malta. And what's the other airplane? That's number 190 arriving from Berlin. Lufthansa flight 2302, arriving from Munich, CRJ 900 long range. An hour and 5 minutes on the way. The airplane is 16 years old. Its first flight was in May 2009. Howdy Erik, goedemorgen. Trira Dial, good morning. Duke TV, good morning. Petrikov, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. Hope you're doing well. A massive big thank you to Francisco for your super chat. No accompanying text along with it, but that's okay. Thank you so much for your generosity. Much appreciated, Francisco. Good morning, Renato. Good morning, Klaas. Goedemorgen. It is time for KM Malta. And after that, number 190, KLM, arriving from Berlin. And after that, a wide body from United. The 9H Neo, or is it Ned? I think it's Ned. Ned in the Netherlands. Nice. Airplane passing overhead, outbound. You might hear it on the mic. Narrow body. KLM flight 1772, arriving from Berlin. Denzel asks if you feel the wind of the airplanes. You don't. It looks like we are close by, but we are still almost 200 meters away from where the airplanes are landing. When they pass me by, they pass by 200 meters to the east of me. So you don't feel their wind. Embraer 190 arriving from Berlin, an hour underway. Nominal flight duration. Oh? Using the reversers, eh? Interesting. You wouldn't think that with weather like we have today, they would be needing the reversers unless they wanted to test them out. Do they still work? Well, there you go. In the meantime, thank you, Louis, for your super chat. Hi there, Joanna the Frog. Where is Johanna the Frog? Have you seen her or heard her? I think I am missing Johanna. At least I haven't seen or heard her yet. Thank you so much for the super chat there, Louis. Elisa, goedemorgen. This is United Airlines, flight 968. Returning from San Francisco. 777-200 9 hours and 15 minutes on the way. Quite a spacious cabin. Not the cleanest flap surfaces, but also not the dirtiest. Hey there, Max. Hey there, Ari. Ohio gozaimasu. Morgen, Linda. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan in use for arrivals as runway 18 right. Overcast conditions with this looking to the south. And wheat and cloudiness looking to the west. This is what it looks like to the east. This is what it looks like to the north. Wind is blowing from the southeast and it looks like so on the scale of chimney smoke. Next airplane arriving from Frankfurt, Lufthansa flight 988, 47 minutes on the way, A320. And KLM flight 749 arriving from Cartagena on the left. Gear not yet out. We should see the Dreamliner extending its gears pretty soon. There you go. Hey there, Foster Darshine. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined. Cloudy backdrop, but the cloudiness is higher up, so glide slope visibility is perfect. And the cloudiness makes for a nice contrasty backdrop. Hey there, Dave was here. Good morning, or good evening to you probably. Lufthansa flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt, 48 minutes on the way, 15 years old, Delta Alpha, India, Zulu Golf. Days G. Days G is 15 years old. First flight was in May 2010. Spacious Karen cabin, right in the back. Private suite for a demanding lady. Also hearing something with a propeller, but I'm not seeing anything. So let's turn around the camera, see what we can see best. That is KLM flight 749, arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, and that's right next to it's a 78710 Dreamliner this. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Kilo, India. More airplanes are coming in. Also an outbound airplane passing overhead, so we're hearing engines of multiple airplanes. The one with the propeller I suspect is above the clouds. I'm not seeing anything. Low-key wheelie. Hey there, Bob. Guten Morgen. Good morning. Right. If you joined us later, you may have missed the arrival of the first Queen already. There are more on the way though, so if you missed one, stick around, more are coming. We have Saudia arriving first. Saudia will arrive just after noon, at which time we will only have Polderbaan open for arrival. So if all is well, we should see it land over here. Orange Pride is also coming in. It's expected around 12:40, arrival from the west. Candidate for this runway. Also, same goes for Atlas Air, which is expected around 2 o'clock and is probably going to be the last airplane of today's show. So Saudia we already had. Jesus is flying from Liverpool to Dalaman. Doesn't look like Jesus will be visiting the Netherlands anytime soon. Around 1:12 we are expecting Compass Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. It's arriving from the east and between 1 and 2 o'clock, so it's going to the central runway almost certainly, and the same goes for the Emirates A380. We shall still be able to see them from over here, but they will not land here more than likely. So, and yeah, just thinking about showing you the meter, but that's really not very relevant. Not much has changed. BA in the meantime has landed, having arrived from London Heathrow. The wind today is blowing from the southeast on ground level. Although, looking at the satellite, it looks like the clouds higher up are drifting from west to east. Time for another wide body then. It is Air Canada Flight 808, arrival from Toronto. 6 hours and 37 minutes on the way. It's the Charlie Golf Hotel Papa uniform. No Quebecs in this registration, to my surprise. 7878 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 37 minutes on the way. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight was in July 2014. So yeah, in total this stream, 4 747s, 1 A380 and 1 KLM Orange Pride. The first 747 already landed. The next one is expected around noon, so in an hour and 15 to 20 minutes from now or so. Howdy RDB, goedemorgen. And good morning to everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Primary runway for arrivals today. Secondary runway is the center runway, which will open up for 40 minutes between 11 and 11:40. Southeasterly wind, very moderate, very mild. High clouds. Modest wind, moderate temperatures, lovely day. Couple of airplanes already visible. Here in the foreground, an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva. WestJet flight 70 arriving from Halifax in Canada after that. This E2 Embraer 195, an hour and 10 minutes on the way now. Arrival from Geneva, 3 years old, first flight February 2022. Ooh. Hey Sheila, good morning. Good to see you again, hope all is well. Milan, goedemorgen. A lot of butter landings, Denzel says. Yeah, well, it's calm weather, so the pilots can do their best to make it a smooth and buttery landing, and a lot of them use the opportunity to do so. Yeah, indeed, Ray. Only thing missing was a wave. Hey, Danny, good morning. Well, for me, it's time to have a small glass of vodka. Next up, WestJet Flight 70, arriving from Halifax in Canada. And after that, Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Happy to hear that, Sheila. All is well. Well. So with this landing, I think we've seen all the recent new arrivals here at Schiphol. Indigo, WestJet. Am I missing any? L'Esprit du Canada. And they're using the reversers. Charlie Golf, Delta Delta Romeo. DDR. Here in Europe, that rings a different bell. Hey, and Dave was here renewing his membership. Welcome back, Dave. We kept your seat warm insofar as that was necessary. Thanks for renewing your membership. Don't forget to vote in the custom emoji election if you haven't done so already. Good to have you back, Dave. Thanks for your vote of confidence. Ewald also back. Good morning. Dini, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Andy, good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Happy Friday. We are here at the Polderbaan, where it is cloudy, but not cold. Windy, but not stormy. Nah, I wouldn't even call it windy. Delta Airlines Flight 162 about to land, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300, November 8, 12 November Whiskey. 7 hours and 30 minutes underway. Tippy toe. Wheelie. Nah, not very extensive. God damn, that was loud. Holy shizzle. Alright, that definitely made me go deaf a bit more. Oh man. It didn't do an extensive wheelie, but it made up for it with loudness. And loud it was. Holy cow, that must have been the loudest landing thus far, and might even be the loudest landing we are going to see. And there are 3 more 747s on the way, 2 of which I expect to land here. And the A380. Well, the A380 is not going to land here. That we already know. ETA 120 almost certainly is going to the center runway. The Compass Air Cargo before it as well. Arriving from the east between 1 and 2. The arrival time almost certainly going to the secondary runway, unfortunately. It's not what you want to hear, but it is what you need to hear to manage your expectations properly. Another E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Copenhagen, flight 1268, an hour precisely on the way. Copenhagen and Berlin, almost an hour's flight away. Same goes for Dublin. And this, oh, I was about to say in stark contrast is a no reverser landing, but looks like it is an idle reverse landing. FO is focused, F-O-C-U-S-E-U-S-E-D, focused. The FO is focused. And this is UR Airlines arriving from Erbil in Iraq. 5 hours precisely on the way. Lima Zulu Delta Bravo Tango is the registration. And another airplane is turning in the background. Let's have a look. I think that was ITA flight 108. Third airplane to arrive. Where's the second? There's the second. ITA Airways flight 108 arriving from Rome. Airlines. This is an A320 In the meantime, a very good morning, and thank you to Dutch Jokes, who says good morning, sir. Good morning to you too, sir. Hope all is well. And thank you so much for your super chat. You really didn't have to do that to say good morning, but it is much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. The wind, very moderate. The sunshine, very moderate as well. Goes hand in hand. At least today. Quite a few narrow bodies are approaching. This is Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier, and that is in the north of Africa. 2 hours and 38 minutes on the way. And a second ETA is also coming. It is also 10:53, so that means that the secondary runway, the center runway, is going to open up in a matter of minutes. I'm wondering if we are going to see both ETAs here, or if the second ETA is already going to the center runway. I fear the latter. Stranger says, is unlimited range. That definitely would be a nice abbreviation for wounded. And Eddie says, in Amersfoort we do not have clouds, a lot of sunshine. So there you go. It's opposite day. Yesterday, land inward, it was more cloudy, at least in the northeast, and over here it was an abundance of sunshine. Things are probably going to improve as the day progresses. This is ITA Airways flight 108, the one that we saw turn in the background a couple of minutes ago. Arriving from Rome, 1 hour 57 minutes on the way. Alpha India Hotel X-Ray Alpha is the registration. Irish registered. A321 Neo with a nice spacious cabin in the back. Now I need to see the manager about this. Speak to the manager about this. Hard to look in. Hard to look in. Particularly with those tinted glasses. Next up will be JetBlue, flight 631, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. 6 hours and 23 minutes on the way. Another A321neo, the November 4076 Juliet. Airplane a year old, first flight September 2023. Valentijn, goedemorgen kerel.
Knap meegenomen.
Wat is deze?
Ja, de kook, die hoed ervan.
Kook? Dat is toch niet voor mij, hoop ik?
Ja.
Wel, waarom? Dat is toch niet nodig, joh? Valentine has arrived on the scene and he has brought a cola with me, along with him for me. He says, cola? No, it's Coke. You know that little YouTube clip of an Asian woman who is supposedly an English teacher who says, please give me Coke. But she says it in a particular way that makes it sound a bit differently and a bit more indecently. Yeah, I used to say, can I get a cola? And people would be looking at me, cola? What is cola? You have to say, please give me Coke. But you have to say it in a particular way.
It's like the police in Gambia with the motorcycle, like, give me money. Money. You know the clip or not?
I don't think I do.
That's a woman riding a motorcycle in Gambia and there's like a cop coming to her.
Yeah?
It's like, give me money.
I need to look that up then.
And she's like, yeah, no. He's like, money.
Money. And that's not.
You do the same, right? Like, with the subscribers.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true.
But you give them something back.
I hope I give them something back in return.
Ik heb cola, snackworstjes en een brownie.
Dude, absoluut niet nodig. Absoluut niet nodig, dankjewel. Ja, neem vooral zelf wat, zou ik zeggen. Ik ben nog steeds op een schema van intermittent fasting. Dus als ik nu ga eten, dan gaat mijn lichaam daaraan wennen.
Oh jee. Nou, dan neem ik er eentje.
It is the silver lining of staying on a schedule of intermittent fasting. That is having your first meal later in the day, and in my case, often that means after streaming. It means that my hormones are also not acting up and aren't giving me a hunger sensation when I am still streaming. As soon as I start eating in the morning or during the stream, if I do that a couple of times, my body starts adjusting and it will give me a sensation of hunger and headaches. Hey, groetjes. Was dit het alweer? Was dit het alweer?
Ja, heel veel meer is het niet, denk ik.
Ja.
Die indigo over hebben.
Ja. Compost komt eraan, hè? Die komt rond wat is het, 1,20 of 1,10 of zo. Die gaat op center landen, dus ik weet niet of je nog bij de 2011 of zo kan staan of zo. Ah, oké. Ja.
Dat is zoiets van, ik ga even kijken bij de polder of het met inbound goed is.
Ja.
Met outbound is op zich wel te doen als het op staat.
Ja, zeker.
Inbound niet te doen.
Nee, het is niet ideaal. Je moet echt heel hoog staan met de camera. Dat is wel echt.
Een gimbal van een halve meter.
Eigenlijk wel, ja. Eigenlijk toch maar gewoon een drone hier in de lucht laten. Gewoon een. Ja. Ja, weet ik zeker dat de Kmart hier onmiddellijk staat. Spreek je later, Bart. Groetjes. Bart is signing off. In the meantime, what is going on? Army Vet 172 coming in with a super chat. Good morning, boy. Did I miss the first vodka pour? You definitely did, but there's still plenty more vodka left to be pouring. But what are you doing with such generous super chats yesterday as well? That is definitely not necessary, sir. Thank you so much for your stupendous generosity. I hope it's not money that you need yourself, because that would make me feel very uncomfortable if people would donate money that they need themselves. Please don't do that. But thank you so much, Army Vet. Plenty more vodka coming. I'll have a sip on your behalf right now. Mm-mm-mm. The next airplane dance is at 1,000.
Likes do we need?
1,000. There's it's always 1,000 likes for the first airplane dance. Unfortunately, after the NATO summit week, the momentum has completely gone.
Because the last time I was here, you were dancing pretty much more than screaming.
Yeah. But that was when we had insane viewer numbers and likes and whatnot. And now we're what the channel is experiencing now is an algorithm crunch or something.
So what was the top? 50,000?
Number of viewers at the same time. I think it was 47k or something. Absolutely incredible. Small city was watching simultaneously when we were standing there. Absolutely crazy.
What are the renovations about? What are they doing?
They're reinforcing the dike or whatever it is over here. If you go to the south, you can already see that they have finished the works. It's even, you need to be even further south than the parking lot.
Oh, they better hurry up, huh?
It's probably going to take a few more weeks still, would be my guess. It's time to take off the vest. It is warming up a little bit. I was really confused about the weather. This morning it was really cold, also a bit of a breeze. Now no longer a breeze. It's warming up. In hindsight, I could have gone out with just shorts on. Then again,
Everybody's right in hindsight.
everybody's right in hindsight. Hindsight is always 2020. Is what they say. Where is Harry? Ah. Harry the hypnotizing heron is over there. And Russell is warning. Where is he? Here he is. Russell is seeing Harry hunt, and he's warning the duckies. Get out of here, get out of here. In the meantime, parallel arrivals in progress. It is past 11, from 11 until 11:40. We are going to see parallel arrivals. Center runway now also open, catering mostly to traffic arriving from the east. And most of the traffic arriving from the west should be going to the Polderbaan still. If you joined us only later, you may have missed the landing of the first of 4 747s that we are going to see. 3 of them are going to land over here. 1 of them is going to go away. I was already telling Bart, Compass Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, is expected between 1 and 1:30. That's arriving from the east and is expected to land on the center runway, as is the A380. The Orange Pride is coming this way and is expected in an hour or so from now. Saudi Cargo and Atlas Air are also coming. Atlas is arriving from Miami, expected around 2 o'clock. And Saudia, I think, was expected around 12:30, 12:40 or so. This is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Oslo, KLM flight 1198, Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Lima. Alles verder goed, Valentijn? Alles verder goed?
Ja.
Nice.
Welkom hier.
Was je hier al eens eerder geweest?
Tussendoor niet meer.
Okay. Just asking Valentine if he has been here before.
Oh, yeah, I've been at the Polderbaan, but I've not been spotting planes since the NATO.
Not been spotting planes since the NATO summit. Well, not much has happened in the meantime.
Well, some planes landed.
Some planes landed, yeah, but yeah, some planes landed, some planes took off. Yes, yesterday we had one rejecting the takeoff initially.
Oh, yeah, and did Officer Rudolph visit again since then or not?
Good question. Have I seen Rudolph since the NATO summit? I don't think I have. No, I don't think I have.
I'm glad to take over the Coke supply then.
The Coke supply. No, a new Coke dealer has arrived. Thank you.
How was the tour you had?
The
on
tour?
Nero,
Well, it was nice to see the airplanes lined up over here on the runway, but it was disappointing both in duration and where they took us, because I thought they were going to take us to the best location. In my opinion, would have been the is it over here? The roundabout over here on the other side. Because there, from over there, you can oversee the entire runway. It's easy to drive up to with a tour bus. The cycling path over here, of course, a bit harder to reach. So I thought they were going to take us to the roundabout, but they stopped at Busingenliede, the entrance of Busingenliede already. Which, if you don't know where that is, you continue on the road that is right next to the runway, and a bit further over there are traffic lights. Then you can take a right and you'll end up on a road that will lead you before the highway over there, and is going to the houses that are right there at the end. That's called Busingenliede, and there's a small roundabout right before those houses begin, and it wasn't until there that the bus took us. Definitely a nice view, but it could have been better, and it was we couldn't disembark, so we had to film from a bus with a running engine. Took my tripod with me, couldn't set it up. I had to film manually. Had to rest the camera on the rails to keep it somewhat stable.
You were disappointed after all, or was it a nice experience?
I'm thankful for the opportunity and for the possibility to have a look at something that other people weren't able to see. But it could have been better. So it's mixed feelings. Mixed feelings.
I have a feeling you know that you're way around Schiphol more than a random town in Holland.
That might be true. That might be true. Yeah, I think by now I do know my way around Schiphol a bit better than.
I mean, also on the air side.
not on the air side. Never been there. Never been there. So.
Oh, I heard you need to manifest things.
How about I manifest a microphone for you?
Or
That
you manifest a takeoff on this one or landing.
A go around.
Yeah, go around.
Yeah, it's a bit too late for the go around now. Just manifest. I'll do that. I'll do that. No eye contact, no nothing.
Have you had a pilot wave yet?
We haven't had a pilot wave yet. No, not yet. Some are just completely ignoring you. Another looker over there is Russell, who has now chosen to sit higher up. Craw, craw. Still making noise. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. Craw, craw.
We should make a game like I'm as live, who is it?
Aim is live, who is it?
Like Rudolph the police, and the crow, and the pilot.
And how would you make a game out of that?
We could like guess who I am. Who is it?
Who is it? Guess who I am. And then you give hints or something.
Yeah, he delivers coke, but then we don't know for sure anymore.
Because we have several Coke delivery guys.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of playtime, play is coming. Play is turning in. It is becoming the second airplane on arrival right now. The first airplane that we are seeing is Air Arabia Maroc, arriving from Nador. The airplane behind it should be Play, an A320neo, which we can only vaguely see because of the flickering of the light. Over there, that's Play. Play is coming this way. Air Arabia Maroc is up next, arriving from Nador, which is in Morocco, which is in the north of. It's the Charlie November Mike Juliet. 2 hours 48 minutes underway. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight December 2015. And at its 8 o'clock we have play. Play flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. That is an A320neo. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Carlo for your super sticker. A thumbs up. Thank you so much for that, Carlo. Much appreciated. I will definitely try to keep the thumb up. In the meantime, also good morning to Gurdeep. Good morning to Graziano. And to everybody else who might have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Primary runway for arrivals. Not the only runway right now. There are 2 runways open. Parallel arrivals are in progress. It's 11:12 and that means that another half hour or so of parallel arrivals will be in progress. Air Arabia Morocco here in the foreground, and now at its 10 o'clock is playtime. Airplanes from the east are going to land on the center runway. Airplanes arriving from the west or southwest usually get directed to the Polderbaan. If you joined us later, you may have missed the arrival of the first 747 already. Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8 arriving from Dubai. Landed here on the Polderbaan. There are 3 more 747s expected before 2 o'clock. And 2 of them are going to land here on this runway. One is going to get away. The A380 is also coming, and we're also awaiting the arrival of the KLM Orange Pride, the PHBVA, which, if I recall correctly, is expected shortly after noon. And everybody's galore with an all-white airplane now going to the center runway. Russell is still cheering. He's saying if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. If you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, you want to help for free. You were wondering when the next airplane dance is going to be? It's not going to be today, I can assure you that.
How many left?
350 likes we have already. That's after almost 1.5 hours of streaming, so the momentum is completely gone. It's like we're back in time for a year or so.
Prenatal.
Well, no, prenatal things were going smoothly.
So even worse before that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hey, that's okay. Play is coming in. It's playtime, ladies and gentlemen. Dust off your red emoji. Make the chat bleed. It's play flight 460, an A320neo. The Tango Foxtrot Papa Papa Charlie. 2 hours and 50 minutes on the way. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight October 2022. That's a lot of number 2s. Hitachi excavator is digging further to the north. And why do you suspect it might be a Ryanair pilot? It was looking quite rough, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh dear, Russell is definitely loud today. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. Craw. Craw, craw. Craw. Gra.
Is he responding?
He seems to be responding, doesn't he?
He's asking for likes.
He's asking for likes, yeah. Could be, could be. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome, Mog. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Bob is also back. Happy Poets Day. Hope you've had a good one thus far. This is EasyJet flight 25530, arriving from Bristol. A319, 56 minutes on the way. AJ says, be careful, the crow might think you are a potential love interest.
Or it's just a surveillance drone.
I think so, I think so. It seems more likely that it's just a surveillance crow. It's a spy, it's spying on us.
Yeah, now he reads the mail.
Yeah. The cover is blown. I think you were right, Valentine. It was a spy crow. Right, it's time for another E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1042, arriving from Birmingham. Next up, German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. Embraer 190. The damn woe. German Airways arriving from London City. Airplane behind it is an Embraer 175 arriving from Bristol. Interestingly, it seems that there is a 737 arriving from Brussels now landing on the center runway, or at least it's on the glide slope to the center runway. Chinese triple is arriving, but it is going to the center runway since it is arriving from China. Yeah. That's what you get if you stand on the bench. Headshot, long distance headshot. Also one of the suggestions in the election for custom emojis. Tip, toe, boom. Quite a few airplanes are approaching. Most of them are narrow bodies. The one wide body that is in the immediate vicinity is going to the wrong runway, unfortunately. It is the Embraer and narrow bodies power hour right now, with an Embraer 175 up next.
We've been there before with the wrong runway.
Yeah, absolutely. The Air Force One was of course a different order of magnitude than a Chinese triple. Still, we are able to see it quite well from over here. Probably even better than the landings over here, because here there are poles in the way, piles of sand, fences, whatever. Oh, those are of course the things that they are going to use to fortify the whole structure with. Nice low-key wheelie by the pilot flying. Not sure if it was the captain or the FO, but it definitely was a beautiful wheelie. Hadi Henk, goedemorgen. Martin, good morning. And good morning to everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan. One of two runways in use for arrivals right now. Liewe, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. I'm joined here by Valentine, and we are awaiting the first wide body to the Polderbaan. Not sure when that is going to happen. If you joined us later, you may have missed the landing of the first 747 here already. Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8 arriving from Dubai. There are 3 more 747s on their way right now. One of them, Compass Air Cargo, which is expected between 1 and 2 and is probably going to land on the center runway. The same can be said already of the A380, which is also underway but expected between 1 and 1:30. The Orange Pride is expected arriving from the west. Saudi Cargo is arriving from the east, but arriving at a time where only the Polderbaan is going to be open for arrival, so that is going to land over here. And around 2 o'clock, the last airplane of the day, Atlas Air, arriving from Miami. Means in total we are going to see 4 747s in this stream, 3 of which will be landing here, or will have landed here. Not a nice wheelie indeed.
Maybe they're watching the stream.
Bring it on, bring it on.
Why are some going so much faster than the other ones when taxiing towards the airport?
Good question. The difference in taxi speed, personal preference, I think. A lot of KLM and Transavia pilots know that they still have a long way to go from here, and they keep up the speed, vacate late. That's what we say. Keep up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate.
Because there's a different max speed on the runway compared to the taxi lane, right?
That I don't know. I think there is a maximum speed on the taxiways, but what you see is that sometimes there's traffic not far behind the airplane's landing, and they need to evacuate. They need to vacate the runway and need to be quick. And then they usually slow down quickly, take the first exit, so that they have vacated the runway, and the airplane behind them can land and doesn't have to go around. Right. On Flight Radar it is acting up. Here it is flying in a straight line. China Southern Cargo arriving from Guangzhou in China. It's a 777 freighter and it's going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Flight time 11 hours 14 minutes. It's the Bravo 223 Golf. The airplane is 2 years old. Its first flight was in March 2023. Electric vehicle passing by me just now. And also a tractor coming this way. Although the tractor is in the grass on the other side of the cycling path, so on the west side. It's Embraer wheelie competition day here at Schiphol Airport by the looks of it. Though we've yet to see a record long Captain Wheelie wheelie. The ones we've seen thus far a bit more modest in size or duration.
Do you think some do it on purpose?
I think some do it on purpose, particularly if it is a busy day here on the weekends and if the weather is favorable for them to be doing aerodynamic braking, as it's technically speaking called.
Whilst having fun.
I'm not sure if it is allowed though.
You see the spy crows have gathered for a meeting.
Yeah, the spy crows are convening, having a meeting. Tactical meeting. How are we going to spy on those two-legged crows that are so loud and standing further to the south? Alright, in the meantime, over here in Embraer 190, KLM flight 1944 arriving from Basel, Papa Hotel, Echo Zulu Yankee. Easy come, easy go. The airplane a year, no wait, 11 years old. First flight October 2013. Flight time 1 hour and 3 minutes. Basel also one of those locations that flight time averages around an hour. Right, they're beginning again. The grass next to the pipes needs to be cut. There they already did it, and now the tractor and the guidance wagon. I don't know what it is. That green, the greenkeeper's car. It's Embraers everywhere, both to the center runway and to the Polderbaan. They're coming in parallel. Next airplane coming this way is one of the two airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. The Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle. KLM flight 954, 59 minutes on the way. 13-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. Current status quo. Looking to the east, things look like so. Looking to the south, things look like so. Most open skies are now looking to the west, although still cloudy, but definitely some bits of blue here and there. Finally looking to the north, this is what it currently is looking like. Next up, Transavia flight 5680 arriving from Party Island, Ibiza. The Ecstasy Express returning. 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Hotel Bravo Lima is the registration.
Maybe they also have some spare coke.
Maybe they also have some spare coke, but if not, then at least I always have you as my coke dealer.
Yeah, but I guess they are the real deal.
They are the real deal. No, Sarah is the real deal. They wish they were the real deal. No Karen cabin on board this airplane. Karen will just have to sit next to the plebs like everybody else. Good day. Good morning. Kev Obligati has returned. How are you?
Good.
Morning, mate. So you were woken by the 747 then, eh?
Yeah, flew right over the top. Right over
Directly over your campsite.
the north.
Yeah, yeah. I happened to see it looping north when it was arriving here. So yeah, the first of 4 in total that we are going to see between now and 2 p.m. So Kevin Blucati has also returned, also wearing long trousers, as we all are right now.
I'm on the motorbike.
On the motorbike today. It's a pity you're not allowed to drive a motorcycle on the cycling path, because I would have loved to show the audience the blue Bugatti.
Officer Rudolph is not here, so.
Officer Rudolph isn't here, but then I would also have to close the camera temporarily. This isn't happening. Those I forgot to look. There were cameras hanging on some of the light masts at the roundabout, where the entrance to the cycling path. I'm not sure if they're still there. I think they placed them in anticipation of the NATO summit week, but and looking behind me, I don't see them anymore. So it looks like they might have been removed again. Hey, which one is this? Oh, this is Dossie. I thought, was it Dupree, but it isn't. In the meantime, it looks like we have crossed through 400 likes. Yay! Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you have done so already, consider leaving a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience and you want to help for free. Your likes really help to get us back in the algorithm like we were before the NATO summit week. Jeroen A says, hopefully I can enjoy Tomorrowland later today. I am surprised that they opted to go through with it now that the main stage is basically a burnt down pile of rubble. Then again, how many are coming? How many visitors? That's in the tens of thousands, right? Oh, they've got 13 stages. Well, now 12. Yeah, indeed, Jindrosek, Burning Man edition. Howdy, Stefan. Stefan is tuning in from Italy. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Yeah, so you are probably picking up the audio of the engine, the motor of the stripper or whatever it is. I don't know what to call them, but how would you call such a machine?
Weed whacker.
Weed whacker. So you probably already are hearing the engine, the motor of the weed whacker. Hey, Gary Grebe has arrived. Earlier in the show, aggressive Coots getting territorial. But now Gary Grebe has also arrived on the scene. And he still hasn't seen that I have pointed the camera towards him. He hasn't dived under yet. Strimmer. Yeah, I think that's also what we call them here in the Netherlands. Strimmer, streamer, something like that. Anyway, it makes an annoying sound and you're probably picking it up on the mic. It's a Friday the 13th stream. Royal Air Maroc coming in next, or at least Smart Wings flying on behalf of Royal Air Maroc. So it's a call sign from Royal Air Maroc, flight 1656. It's Smart Wings that is operating it, and it's Smart Links Estonia that is... No, it's Smart Wings and operated by Smart Links Estonia. It's confusing. It's a confusing flight and it's a very boring all-white livery. Arrival from Nador, which is in Morocco, which of course is in the north of... It's the ES SAS coming in. Echo Sierra Sierra Alpha Zulu, that's the registration. Hey there Dahlia, good morning. And John, good morning to you too. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan, where they're still doing work. Both on the runway area and behind me mowing the grass, or at least trimming it. It's a good thing it's weekend tomorrow and there probably will not be any traffic jams on the A4 highway. If the weather is not going to be too bad, because I think on Sunday it's going to be very rainy and thunder showery. Hopefully tomorrow I can then go to the Kaagbaan, regardless of what type of traffic they are doing there. But over here it is pretty suboptimal. Katie also back. Good morning, Katie. Hope all is well. Now it is 11:39 on my phone, and are all airplanes arriving now? Once again, going to the Polderbaan. Is the A321neo from Transavia also going to the Polderbaan? If so, then it looks like the center runway has closed again. And it's going to stay closed until 1 o'clock or something. This is number 175, KLM flight 1788, arriving from Hamburg. Hey, the cat is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Well, somebody left their bag, lost their bag. I'm not sure if that's the cyclist or is it a towel? All of a sudden I see a towel or something lying on the cycling path. I'm not sure if it's from the cyclists or if it is from pedestrians or if it is from people who walk back from the other side. All of a sudden I'm seeing something. Jeans jacket. And he says that's somebody's pants. It doesn't look like jeans to me. Interesting. What could it be? It's a bit of cloth that somebody lost. This is KLM Flight 1136 and into Embraer 195. And since... Oh, reversing as well. Nice. The streamer is right behind me. You can already see. And there's another one behind Valentine as well. If he takes one step aside, you can see it. There's another one. Yep, it's one of those days. How many viewers do we have left? 700? What? Are you guys crazy? Oh man. I'm surprised we still have 700 viewers left with all the noise and all the visual impediments here. God damn. Yeah, elevator music to dampen the buzzing. Transavia A321neo is arriving from Catania, flight 5216. I am happy that the microphone, the ambient microphone, is pretty directional and is pointing away from all the noise. I hope the audio is not as bad for you guys as it is over here, with two streamers right behind me. Greetje says, no problem, it just sounds rural. Well, it definitely is rural. We have a tractor.
Stereo,
yeah, we've got stereo streaming now. That's a job I definitely couldn't do. I would go crazy having to listen to that sound all the time.
It makes the pipes look nicer.
Yeah, it does make the pipe look nicer, doesn't it? Yeah, it's much needed improvement visually here. Now I'm happy to say that at least everything inbound is coming this way. I wonder how much longer before the first widebody is arriving. Lance is worried about a fence. I'm not worried about the fence, mate. They're not going to put a fence there. Those poles are used for something else. If you look at yesterday's stream, when I was standing further to the south of the runway, there you can already see what it looks like when the work is completed. Those poles are going to be put into the water and they're going to hold back the, well, fence work or something. This is what they are going to put right here in the water, and these poles are going to be driven into the water, into the ground under the canal until they are almost completely in, at once every 30 centimeters or so maybe, and it's to reinforce the dike. So I'm not worried about them building a fence at all. That's not going to happen. Have a look at yesterday's stream, you'll see. Yeah, enforcing the dam walls. Right, so the narrow body fest is continuing. I wonder when the first wide body is coming. There is a Chinese 777 flying base arriving from Shanghai in China. That looks to become the 6th or 7th airplane or so. This is KLM flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen. And Brabant 75, Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Tango. 1 hour and 14 minutes on the way. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight January 2018. Right, it's starting to look like things are opening up ever so slightly. Over here, things are brightening up a little bit and the cloud base is definitely thinning. Here and there are some bits of blue visible in the sky. Bigger chunk of blue sky to the northeast, where yesterday we were seeing more dark clouds. Valentine was indicating that Officer Rudolph is coming, or at least a police vehicle. Not sure if he is on duty or maybe if he is celebrating vacation. Let's have a quick look at the airplanes of interest. There is of course a 777 coming. There's more on their way. Let's have a look and see where the airplanes of interest are right now. The next Queen is already in Dutch airspace. Saudia Cargo is expected in 25 minutes or so from now. It's arriving from the east. And since we only have one runway open, it's going to land on the Polderbaan. Same can be said of the Orange Pride, which is arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, and its ETA is now 12:42. Round 107, the first of the two airplanes that are going to the center runway is going to be Compass Air Cargo, unless it is making up more time. But now its ETA is 109, so I'm still pretty confident it's going to the center runway. I'm pretty sure that the A380 is also going to the center runway. Atlas Air is now expected 10 minutes to 2. Probably the last airplane of today's show. That is arriving from the east, so it is not going to land anywhere else than on the Polderbaan. Look away if you're Luton intolerant, because this airplane might give you the cramps otherwise. This is EasyJet, an A319 arriving from London Luton. 42 minutes on the way. It's not Jesus, but Jason. Let's Golf Echo Zulu Alpha November. Jizan. Police is also arriving. And Jizan has also arrived. And he says, too bad that the Beluga flies too far to the east from your position. Mate, unless it is flying below the ceiling of clouds that we are seeing, we aren't going to see it anyway. I'm not sure what altitude these clouds are at, but they look to be lower than the typical altitude of the Beluga when flying over the Netherlands. So even if it were flying overhead, I'm pretty doubtful if we are going to see it. And Jay also back in the chat, good to see ya. Thijs, goedemiddag. Is it afternoon already? Still morning here, but it is almost noon. Right, how much more narrow bodies before the wide bodies arrive. Only one. About damn time. Or at least one. Let's not get our hopes up too high. This is A-Jet Max 8 737 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 3 hours 18 minutes on the way. A bit longer of travel time than normally would have been the case. Istanbul, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours 18 minutes. Tad longer than normally would have been the case. Could have been different routing, could have been headwind. It's not a substantial difference. It's the TC Lav. It's Tango Charlie Lima Alpha Foxtrot. No Karen cabins on board this airplane, but it does feature a nice stripy, well, what is it? Antenna probably. Bird control also over there. K4. Elwa has to go. Michael has arrived. Good to see ya. And Yannick as well. Goedemiddag. And Rutger says 777 picture taken over Alkmaar. Picture of the 777. That is approaching over here. China Cargo Airlines, flight 209, arriving from Shanghai in China. This is a 777 freighter. The Bravo 2077 is its registration. 10 hours 48 minutes underway. 15 years old, first flight March 2010. That's the way to do it, indeed. Finally, we had to wait for it for a long time, but that's us having gone deaf a bit more. Right, the next wide body is also approaching. It's turning in from base to final. Delta Airlines A330-300 arriving from Detroit, which I don't know if we can see already, or has it already? No, it's still in the process of turning in according to Flight Radar. Fourth airplane approaching, including this one, should be the Delta A330. This is KLM flight 936 arriving from Glasgow. An hour and 9 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Charlie. No carry-on cabin on board this airplane. Typical KLM landing, keep up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. Ciao Gilberto, tuning in from Italy, benvenuto. Next up, Pegasus, Air Oink Oink, flight 1251 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 3 hours and 17 minutes on the way. Similar flight time as the other airplane, the previous airplane arriving from Istanbul had. So I'm thinking either it is headwind or today they are being rerouted differently. Almost exactly to the minute the same flight time as the previous airplane arrival from Istanbul. So the A-Jet. This is Pegasus, Air Oink Oink. The TCRBP, Romeo Bravo Papa. 3-year-old airplane, first flight July 2022. And we're not surrounded by angry birds, but by angry bees by the sound of it. Hey, it's a drag race and the car is winning. The car is winning and across the line. If you need more proof that cars are faster than airplanes, here it was. Alrighty, Delta Airlines, now number 2. Gear is already out. A330, flight 136, arriving from Detroit. Here in the foreground on the right, we have Transavia flight 5352. That's an A321neo, arriving from Faro in Portugal. 2 hours and 32 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Charlie. This airplane is brand new according to Flight Radar. It means that its first flight was less than a year ago. According to Flight Radar, the first flight of this airplane was in last December. I can also get loud. That quieted him down. Temporarily. Alrighty, time for another wide body. It's time for Delta. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 7 hours 15 minutes on the way. A330-300, November 824, November whiskey. Whiskey. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in June 2015. Question is, will it get loud? Because we are in short supply of things being loud here. Now the greenkeeper's truck is also driving this way. I do a reverse landing. They're mimicking KLM, keeping up the speed so that they can vacate late and are quicker at the gate. Ah, it needs refueling. It's the refueling truck. Have a smell. Oh, does he? There's the truck. No, you're kidding, aren't you? Ah, god damn it. Smoking a cigarette and having some petrol in his hand to refill the... You can't make this up, can you? Hey there Clouds, hey there Joel. Welcome to the show, guys. It's a noisy show today. streamers weren't here in the beginning. The piles of rubble were. It's time for number 175. KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff, and after that we are going to see an A321neo. After that, the 777-300 arriving from Vancouver. Chindrastic says it sounds like we can get a Burning Man live on the show. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. The guy is standing there with a jerry can of gasoline, smoking a cigarette, now having refueled his trimmer. And the guy was having a smoke simultaneously. Right, going from very small to something bigger. Next airplane is an A321neo from Transavia, flight 5806, arriving from Thessaloniki in Greece, the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Whiskey. 2 hours 47 minutes on the way. It's a KLM 777-300 arriving from Vancouver that you can see behind it. Delta Airlines after that, after the triple, back to the wide bodies. The Saudia 747 is also approaching. Let's see if we can spot it already. Ordinarily, it overshot the glide slope a little. There you go, the mother of all glide slope shots. Saudia flight 933. Those are 3 wide bodies coming in right now. KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver. Here on the far right, in the middle, we have Delta Airlines flight 144. That's an A330neo, arriving from Seattle, Washington. And in the background, we have Saudia Cargo flight 933, arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. That's the second 747 of today's show. Now an additional car has parked over here, but it is positioned in a way that it somehow blocks the sound of the streamers a little bit. Makes it all the more quiet, which is nice. Means that we can focus on listening in on the airplanes a bit more. Unless the tractor is also coming closer by. So we have a tractor over there. Here on the right we have Kefo and Valentine. Now over here we have an electric vehicle, the Greenkeeper vehicle, and they are nicely blocking the audio of the streamers. Second queen of the show, now number 2 to arrive. Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington, first to arrive. This is Delta Airlines flight 144, 9 hours and 19 minutes on the way to get here. November 405, Delta X-Ray, A330neo. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight November 2019. And this is the second 747 of 4 in total that we are going to see today. 4 747s, the Emirates A380 and the Orange Pride are all expected in this show. One 747 already landed over here. The second one will in a matter of minutes. You can see that the gear is extending. And by now has extended. Quick look at the landing of Delta Airlines Flight 144 and then the camera is back. Is going to go back to the 747. Oh, nice. A wheelie indeed. Right, time for Queen number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Saudi Cargo flight 933 is arrived from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. 5 hours and 37 minutes. This airplane is now underway. It's a 747-400 BDSF with registration 9 Hotel Alpha Kilo Foxtrot 9 Huck-off. Not fuck off, but Huck-off. The airplane is 30 years old already, ladies and gentlemen. The first flight of this machine is back in December 1994. I imagine a few of you weren't even born then. I was 12 years old in that year, and I just started middle school a couple of months prior. What were you doing back in December 1994? Tom says 4 years older than me. So Tom is from 1998 then. Once again, I'm hearing an airplane with propellers. Marissa was either 4 or just turned 5. Nice combo shot, of course, why not? Oh, the timing. The timing, this is... A tractor is faster than a 747. You've seen it here first on AMS Live. The tractor wins the drag race. Perfect timing. That's going to become a separate video. Tractor winning a drag race of a Boeing 747.
The plane got chopped.
Oh, wow. If he did that on purpose, he couldn't have done it better. Oh, well, brace for impact. Another tractor is on the move and coming this way by the looks of it. The electric vehicle, the EV, is making room. Oh, it's going one internode between the light masts further. Right, so Top Gear used to do drag races and competitions between car and other modes of transportation. In one of their episodes, the airplane lost from the car. Here we can see how a tractor was faster than a Boeing 747. You saw it here first. What an amazing feat. We are going to see more 747s though. One more is landing here around 2 o'clock at 10 to 2, if I recall correctly. Another one is going to land on the center runway. We are still expecting the Orange Pride pretty soon. In fact, I think it is not too far away anymore. What was its ETA? Half an hour or so from now, right? The sun is beginning to shine. And I haven't put sunscreen on. I have it with me. I'm thinking maybe I can put on my vest instead. EasyJet, and after this a 737 from KLM, after which we are going to see another wide body. It's turning in the background, KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. That's 777-300ER. Hui John asks if this is my full-time job spotting planes. I wish it were, but the revenue is not nearly enough to be able to do that. The channel needs to grow further, and for that I need your help. Liking and subscribing the content is a way to help this channel reach a wider audience. So if you are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to help the channel, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. We are seeing a KLM 737-800 arriving from Bergen, KLM flight 1164. After that, KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. That's a 777-300ER. Before it is going to get really close by, let's have a quick look on Flight Radar and see what is expecting, what we are expecting, what we can expect. Meanwhile, the tractor is passing by right behind me, so you might pick that up on the microphone. And if not, then at least the music that the guy has on its radio. The Orange Pride is coming. It is expected in half an hour or so from now. It still has to traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire. It will land here on the Polderbaan around 1:45 for simplicity's sake. Rounded off. 1:15, we are going to see Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai. Its ETA 1:15. No chance of it going to the Polderbaan then, but it's going to land on the center runway. A couple of minutes behind it is the A380. It too is going to land on the center runway with this estimated time of arrival. Shortly before 2 o'clock, we are going to see the last airplane of today's show, and that is Atlas Air, a 747-8 arriving from Miami, Florida. While we are at it, let's also have a look at the weather. Last time we checked, the meter was really early. I don't think I've renewed it. Things have definitely changed here. It's become warmer. I'm not sure what the wind is doing. The wind has turned a bit further to the south, but with a wide variation, easterly wind and also southwesterly wind. Let's first continue with filming the landing of the wide body, which is approaching, and then the weather. This is KLM flight 758 777-300ER arriving from Panama City. Next up will be a Transavia A321neo arriving from Porto in Portugal. It's nice that all the lads with the streamers have moved further north and it's gone quiet again. As I was showing you guys, the wind has turned a bit further to the south. 22 degrees is the temperature, 3 knots the wind speed. Few clouds at 3,900 feet still. No ceiling, 10 plus kilometers of visibility, so all in all a nice day to be spotting. Warmer than it felt yesterday. That's because of the near complete absence of wind. So if you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of two 747, the landings of two 747s already. The Orange Pride is the next airplane of interest, which will arrive within half an hour from now. Transavia flight 6004 is next to arrive from Porto in Portugal. There it is. A321neo, the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel uniform. Sounds like a new registration. Brand new, first flight March 2025 already. There you go. Indeed, Bert. Remember to stay hydrated. That's a good suggestion. Let me pour me a small glass of vodka. Right, in the meantime, things... Oh, that was me bumping into one of my tripod legs, which are a bit wider and higher than I am used to. The camera's now at eye level. Means it's also a bit less ergonomical to film. But if I position the camera where I normally would be standing closer to the water and also lower on the tripod, we wouldn't be able to see over the mounds next to the runway that well. And it's already a compromised picture that you're seeing. Joel now has to pee. That's also something you need to keep in mind. Stay hydrated. Also make sure that you lose the water that you don't need. Adrie as well. It's back to narrow body after narrow body after narrow body after narrow body after narrow body. The next wide body is approaching though, and is approaching from the east in this case. Flying over Markham is Qatar 777 arriving from Doha. That's about to land here in a matter of 10 minutes or so, 15 perhaps. Oh wow, a new vehicle is arriving here. Don't think we've seen this one before. It's sort of a go-kart. Do you know the type of go-kart we are seeing? Because Kevo runs he runs a kart course in England. What type of kart is this?
No idea, that's a lawnmower.
No idea, it's a lawnmower. Oh snap! Here I thought it was an extremely slow go-kart. Don't think I've ever seen that vehicle here before.
Who does the lawn mowing at Schiphol?
Good question. Who does the lawn mowing at Schiphol? I'm inclined to say it might be a company like BAM. I didn't even know that they did this, but...
They have bigger machines, right?
Yeah, how long would it take to mow Schiphol?
Infinitely. It's perpetual work that you're creating by doing that. No, I have no idea. I have no idea who does the who cuts the grass at Schiphol Airport. It is a big operation when it does occur. Gary in Amsterdam is also back. Good to see you, Gary. Hope it was well. Hope you made it to your second dentist appointment yesterday. The man with multiple dentist appointments on a single day. Part of the ground crew from yesterday is back. Kevo has returned and Valentine has also come over. And for the first time in a while, it's gone quiet again. Streamers have stopped. I'm not sure if it is lunch break or if the petrol has run out or if they're tuning the radio. The guy in between the man and woman here in the foreground is overlooking apparently. And there's a guy. Is he walking on the pipe? It looks like it, doesn't it? Is he? Oh no, he's walking besides. He's just tall. It was looking like he was walking on top of the pipe, but...
He was.
Sorry? He was? Oh, he is. Okay, there you go. There you go.
Maybe he's being called out for smoking.
I'm pretty sure people who work in construction or related businesses usually aren't being spoken to when it concerns smoking on the workplace. I'm almost inclined to say it's a mandatory requirement for the job that you have to be a smoker if you want to work in construction or something. Also, wear jeans that sag off your buttocks. Anyway. Next airplane arriving is Shamrock, flight 604, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. That's an A321neo. Turning in behind it from the left somewhere should be Hans' favorite Welling. It was oh, there it is. I was about to say it was looking like it was already about to become visible, but I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you look on flight radar and base, what you think you can see based on that, it's not always accurate. Hey, Agil Magnus, if I pronounce that properly, is tuning in. New subscriber from 70 degrees north in northern Norway. How north do you want it? All of it. Yes, please. Welcome to the show, mate. Nice of you to say hi. Hope you're liking it over here. Hope that goes for everybody. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you have done so already, consider leaving a like. It'll help us get back into the algorithm like we were before the NATO summit. It'll also help to bring in new viewers who may want to join our awesome community if only they knew of the existence of the channel. Don't be afraid if you are new to the channel to say hi like Egil Magnus just now did. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Also feel free to ask any questions that you might be having. Good answers are not assured, but we will give it a try. Hans says, also mandatory, you can whistle at beauties. Or hissing. Anyway, enough with the prejudices. Aer Lingus has a carrying cabin on board. While more on the exterior, it's an elevated cabin for people like Karen who think they are above the rest. Very suitable. Alrighty, next airplane after the airplane in the foreground, and I thought it was turning in, but there you go, it already had turned in, is the Qatar 777 arriving from Doha. So that's another wide body coming in. Second airplane to land here. Being preceded by Vueling flight 8309 arriving from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hours and 52 minutes. It's the Echo Charlie Mike Victor November. This particular airplane is 19 years old already. First flight was in March 2006. The tractor that won the drag race from the 747 is going to do a cameo from the right in the foreground between the airplane and us in a moment. Returning to the starting line for another drag race pretty soon. The driver must have gotten confident. Probably thinking, well, I've already won from a 747, what else can I win from? The koe is gemolken, Daniel says. I love Dutch phrase. The cow has been milked. Now the greenkeeper is also going further to the north. So it looks like all the greenkeepers are now setting up shop further to the north. That's good. No more streaming, no more annoying sounds other than my voice. All Alrighty, it's time for another 777 freighter, no less. Qatar Cargo Flight 8207 arriving from Doha. It's the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Kilo. 6 hours and a minute on the way. The airplane hailing from 2016, August 2016, so it's going to turn 9 next month. There's a little hair stuck to my nose. A loose hair. Saw it in my peripheral vision and also started to itch. Hey George, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, where we began the day with cloudiness. Things are still cloudy, but are opening up gradually. It's also warming up. Standing here with jeans on, regretting my decision to go out with long-sleeved trousers. I'm also joined here with a 2-person ground crew. Valentine came over, and Kevo Bugatti also came back on his last leg of his 5-week European trip, having seen most of continental Europe. The good things and the bad things. Have you already begun exploring Amsterdam? Did you go into the city yesterday, or is that planned?
I had a shower and went to bed.
You had a shower and went to bed. Did you have such a long day then?
Well, it took an hour and 10 minutes to get from here to the campsite in Zeeburg.
Oh, you were already over there. I thought you had your. Oh, no, but you had to drive over there. Well,
The A10, it was just stationary.
It was already begin. The evening rush hour was already beginning, and there's so much construction going on. It's also my day job. I go into the office once every 2 weeks, normally on Tuesdays. That's in Amstelveen. That's just to the south of the A9 highway, which is below Amsterdam. So I also need to go that way.
The A10 I was on? Or the A9?
If you had to go to Zeeburg, you were probably on the A10. Yeah, between the high rises.
And the architecture.
Yeah.
Looks like a cliff face, one of the buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely was the A10. There's also a parallel highway a bit further to the south. That's the A9 highway, which you can also see in the background over there. But that'll lead you further south and will lead to the A2 highway. And that's already a bit further to the south towards Utrecht. So if you need to go to Zeeburg, you will then need to go back up again, and you would still encounter the A10 highway. But yeah, because it is so busy with construction on the highways around Amsterdam and also a bit further to the south, I already said to my day job, I'm going to stay working from home until the end of August at least. I'm not going to go into traffic jams for nothing. The other day, a journey that normally would have taken me 30 minutes took me 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
And if it's
22 minutes come back this way.
yeah, 22 minutes if you can just drive 100 kilometers per hour. It's not that far, and if there's no traffic on the road, it's easily doable. But yeah, well, knowing that, I can imagine that when you arrived, you just had a shower and went to bed early. Hadi Arnoud, goedemiddag. Gary recommends avoiding Amsterdam.
Is that Gary from Amsterdam?
That's Gary from Amsterdam, yeah. Gary in Amsterdam advises you to avoid Amsterdam. You've got that right. Hey Brenda, goedemiddag. Jill needs to stop watching planes land and focus on work again. Get out of here. Right. Here In Amsterdam, there's always a lot to see. Marissa was already indicating it. A very polished looking airplane arriving from Warsaw. And Bravo 195 long range. Sierra Papa Lima November Lima is the registration of this airplane. FO being focused. Absolutely right, Carlo. Leiden is a beautiful city as well. Hey, what's this? 2 wide bodies back to back? What? I thought Schiphol only catered to narrow bodies. Guess I was wrong. Well, we'll just have to wait through these wide bodies. I know you guys are all watching to see all the narrow bodies, but here you go. Delta Airlines Flight 164 is next to arrive. It's arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 32 minutes on the way. The November 313 November Whiskey. It's the Bravo Victor Papa behind it. That's a 777-300 arriving back from Lima in Peru. Right, Delta Airlines. Will it get loud?
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
And is there going to be a drag race with a tractor? Not seeing any. No drag race. But we are getting a wheelie. Oh! Full bingo card! And that is a full bingo card landing. We had a wheelie, albeit a bit modest one. A battery landing. And definitely reversers being applied there. Next airplane coming in is KLM Flight 744, 777-300 arriving from Lima in Peru. Now if you are in Peru, you're in Latin America. If you are in Latin America, you are also on the same continent where you can find... But you guys already knew that. You guys are good in topography. This is KLM Flight 744, arriving from Lima. 11 hours and 29 minutes on the way according to Flight Radar. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Papa. 9-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. There is a carrying cabin on board this airplane, but it is a sleek one. It's a wide body airplane, but Karen, if she wants to fit, shouldn't be having a wide body herself. That's ironic, isn't it? Oh, lawnmower is returning. It's not cutting much grass on the tarmac. No, it definitely isn't. It's a cute little vehicle, isn't it? Next up, EasyJet Flight 27806 arriving from Milan. It's an A319, 1 hour and 22 minutes on the way. Scooter passing by. This airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in December 2009. Ali says that carrying cabin is right over the toilet cubicle. Very fitting, really. Absolutely. Karen doesn't have to take her shit far to get rid of it. Another airplane visible in the background, that is TAP Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon, A320neo. And after that we are going to see a 737 returning from Copenhagen, KLM flight 1270. Gary is referring to Gerrit, who went and visited yesterday by bicycle from Rijnsburg. He did make it back safely. He was in the chat before already. I think I saw him mentioning he also saw the A380 leave yesterday. I guess he hung around a bit longer than we did. He's a veteran of riding the bicycle here in the Netherlands. Cafe A350 lining up on runway 24 for takeoff, Marissa says. Well, over here, 2 narrow bodies are approaching, and then the next wide body, the Orange Pride. Is the Dreamliner going to be the next airplane to depart? This is TAP Air Portugal flight 668. A350 is rolling. Let's have a look. The A350 1000 Cathay Pacific rolling on runway 24. Quick cameo before we are turning back to see the Orange Pride, which is now also turning in and is going to be the second to land. There's the A350. Cathay Pacific flight 270, the A350 1000 going to Hong Kong. Good opportunity to have a look at what things look like over here. This is looking to the south. You can see the sun is still hiding behind clouds. To the west it is still cloudy, but you can definitely see open patches here and there. Looking to the east, it does look more open here and there. And to the north, things look most open right now. Jeff asks if I am calling Karen fat. I am not. I'm just saying that if she would be more voluminous than your average person, she would be having trouble fitting in there in her private suite on a 777-300. I wouldn't dare calling her fat. Before you know it, she'll want to speak to the manager of AMS Live. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Orange Pride time. The PHBVA, it's returning from Atlanta, Georgia. Flight 622, flight time 7 hours and 13 minutes. The airplane is 17 years old, first flight January 2008. Time to make the chat go orange, members.
Don't you have a sound for the Orange Pride?
I don't have a sound for Orange Pride, no. We'll just have to make do with the ambient streaming sound. EV from BAM, the all white. It's the ID Buzz. The white ID Buzz. All right. How about a little reverser action? Orange Pride says, how about no? What do the flap surfaces look like? Spotlessly clean. Right, that was the chat having gone orange. Nice. Nicely done. Alright. The orange pride has landed. 2 queens have landed as well. 2 more are on the way. One of them is going to land on this runway. One isn't, unfortunately. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar and see what is cooking. Orange Pride just now landed. There are 3 airplanes of interest that I am going to stick around for. From the east, we are going to see the Compass Air Cargo. First of all, that's a 747 with an ETA of 112. By then, the center runway will have opened up as secondary runway for arrivals. Since they are arriving from the east, these 2 airplanes, they will land on the wrong runway. We can still see it quite well from over here, so definitely worthwhile sticking around for it. Not too far behind it is the Emirates. Wouldn't it be nice if one of them would be assigned to this runway and one of them would go to center? We'll see. For now, they seem to be arriving pretty nicely behind one another. The other airplane that is still coming this way is Atlas Air. It is arriving from the west, and now with an ETA of 203, it is going to land on the Polderbaan. Last time we checked, the weather was 22 degrees C with 3 knots of wind from the south, more or less, and that still hasn't changed. Let me quickly get up again and let us continue filming the arrivals. It is now 12:44. That means that in 15 or so minutes from now, the center runway is going to reopen. And for the duration of an hour, parallel arrivals are going to commence. That was Transavia arriving from Grenada. Next up should be a Norwegian. This is Norwegian flight 1256 arriving from Oslo. According to the picture that we can see on Flight Radar, it shouldn't be having mountains or grumpy faces on the tail, but just blank. Let's see, we'll find out soon enough. Flight time 1 hour 26 minutes. It's a 737-800. Lima November India Kilo. Nick is coming in. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in May 2010. No carry-on cabin on board this airplane. Now I'm thinking, if there were airplanes passing overhead, we might even be able to catch contrails by now. At least north of me, we would be able to see something. Hardly any wind, unlike yesterday where we had a moderate breeze. Now it's nearly non-existent wind. Streamers are back at work, but they are further to the north, so shouldn't be hearing a lot of that noise anymore. This is KLM flight 1502, arriving from Madrid, 737-800. Han has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Han. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again in the weekend. Departure of a 7478 from runway 18 left. Coincidental catch. In the meantime, KLM flight 1614 is approaching the Polderbaan. That's the 737 from KLM arriving from Milan. And Maria is indicating that we have crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. That's 60% of an airplane dance.
Well, we might make it after.
No, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. We're sticking around until the 747 from Atlas Air has landed, which is expected around 2, so that's an hour and, what is it, 10 minutes or so for the remaining likes. No, it's not going to happen, unfortunately.
Don't count to work next time, no?
No, the counter starts at 0 again during each new stream. We're not adding them up. No. Kmar on the motorbike here on the cycling path, and a scooter as well. This is the Red Wine Express returning from Bordeaux in France. Flight 1442, 1 hour and 21 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. How many bottles of red wine are on board is what I'm wondering. Another French, or at least an airplane arriving from France is arriving. KLM flight 1414 and Embraer 190 arriving from Rennes. Papa Hotel, Echo, X-Ray, Yankee, Faxi. Seven-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. It's back to narrow bodies with an A321neo now on the top left corner visible. A321neo, KLM flight 1602, arriving from Rome. After this, back to 737s, Transavia arriving from Malaga, and it looks like a Bombardier C-Series 300 will be next after that.
It's a lot slimmer, no?
Sorry?
It's less of a wide body than
The Neo? Less of a wide body. Well, it's not.
Is it narrower than the regular one?
A321 Neos or A320 Neos, you mean? Those are narrow bodies. They're basically just A321, so yeah, narrow bodies. One aisle and 3 seats on each side. Antoine says Bordeaux is wine, Rennes would be cider, and maybe a little bit of beer. Starting to get thirsty here. Now the EV and also the Greenkeeper truck are coming. It's a coming and going of vehicles here. This is KLM flight 1602, arriving from Rome. A321neo, Fax C. So right now the sun over here obscured by some high clouds, but then again right next to it is a big patch of blue and even a contrail visible Tractor is also coming this way. Just a heads up of what you're about to hear. So yeah, contrails now starting to become visible in some parts of the sky. The tractor is coming. More arrivals in the air are coming as well. The next airplane coming in is Transavia, arriving from Malaga. 737, flight 6114. Gretje remarks that the cycling path is starting to look like a highway. It almost is, isn't it? But I think they have now all gone. The streamers are gone as well. I think they were all in the vehicles that have now left. Means that the only thing now still in our way is on the other side of the canal. If you join us only later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan. Polderbaan is now still the only one runway for arrivals for another 5 or so minutes. Parallel arrivals are going to commence after that. If you join us later, you may have missed the arrival of the KLM Orange Pride and 2 Boeing 747s. There are 2 more underway. One of them will land here, one of them will probably land on the center runway. The Emirates A380 is also expected and should be arriving within half an hour from now. It also should be landing on the center runway, since it is going to be between 1 and 2 that they are arriving, and they are arriving from the east. Gary says the streamer want to be YouTube streamers, so they followed you. that's definitely a possibility. So it is time now for Air Baltic. Is this the airplane? No, this is not the airplane that we saw reject the takeoff yesterday. This is the YLABO, and it was the ABL, if I recall correctly, that we saw yesterday. Rejecting its takeoff initially. And then successfully taking off on its second attempt. It's returning from Riga, flight 621. Flight time 1 hour and 51 minutes. Nicholas, in the meantime, is telling us that Compass Air has been confirmed for 18C, so that is definitely one getting away from us. Pretty sure the same is going to happen with the Emirates A380 in a couple of minutes from now, but fingers crossed, you never know. As somebody said here earlier to me, you need to manifest it, so... So yeah, I don't know what the wind is going to be like tomorrow. I don't know what the weather is going to be like tomorrow, and if I am going to be able to go out. I think tomorrow is going to be okay, but I'm not sure about Sunday. Thunder showers for Sunday have been expected, and I don't know yet if they are going to begin in the morning, nor do I know exactly where they are expected. Planning on going to the Kagbaan tomorrow if the weather will allow me to go out for a stream tomorrow. Fed up with the Polderbaan and its dunes. Not sure yet if we are going to see arrivals or departures from there, but whatever it is going to be, I will go there after 2 consecutive days of Polderbaan. Wouter also has to go. Thank you for joining, Wouter. See you later. This is KLM flight 1294. No Karen cabin on board. Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Hotel. Golf Hotel. Next up is going to be EasyJet, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. 2 hours and 11 minutes on the way, the OELSK. Austrian registered, 5 years old, first flight October 2019. More narrowbodies are coming. It's an onslaught of narrowbodies. quite boring actually, if you ask me. How many viewers do we have left? 795. What? Why do we have more viewers now than we did an hour ago when it was so loud already? It's one after the other, narrow body.
It's the manifesting thing.
It's the manifesting thing. Well, I'm personally getting bored here. I wish there were more wide bodies.
I can stand in front of the camera if you want. I'll wide.
Ah, yeah. Well, by all means, the place, the stage is all yours. Kevo offering to stand in front of the camera. He has a wide body, so. And Nicholas is also confirming that the A380 will also be going to 18C.
Hoi.
Hey, even vandoor.
Ja.
Oké.
Geniet van de kook.
Hey, dankjewel. Thanks for the coke, mate. My coke dealer is leaving.
Yeah, well, until next time.
Pity, mate. The A380 and 747 are in Dutch airspace already. They're going to land pretty soon.
Next time.
You have binoculars with you. You have to go. Okay. Hey, thanks for stopping by, mate. See you later.
New subscriber just there.
A new subscriber
Just there in the blue.
in the blue dress.
Timo.
Nice, nice. Don't they look fancy, the little ladies? New subscriber. Well, there you go. Did you talk them into that?
He had you on his phone.
Oh, did he?
He asked if you was AMS Live. I
Ah.
said, you haven't subscribed and you haven't liked. Subscribe and like.
Make sure you subscribe and like, right? Awesome. Well, thanks for that, Kevo.
He's waiting for the A380.
Yeah. Did you already tell him that they were?
It might be on the centre.
Yeah, it's already been confirmed.
You'll still see it.
Yeah, you will still see it from over here. Better than the airplanes landing here with all the things in the way here. Yeah. Yeah, and even when I'm standing here, because normally I'm standing closer to the water so that I can also film the aquatic birds a bit better, but also standing here basically next to the cycling path where the grass is highest, you can see it is slanting downwards the further you go to the water. So this is already the highest I can stand on this side of the cycling path. I also have the camera set up way higher than I normally would have. It's almost at eyesight now, and still it is hard to see past everything in the way. Hey Ricardo, Ricardo gaat weer. Fijne vrijdag. Tot morgen. See you tomorrow, Ricardo. Thanks for stopping by. Next up is going to be Ryanair. Ryanair arriving from Dublin, Ireland, flight 3102. Diamond a dozen 737s, but the pilots often use their reversers, and 737s and 737 Maxes can get loud when they do apply reversers. Will they do that? I don't think they will. No. I think the moment has gone. Has passed. Sorry? Yeah, me too. We're both looking up because we were both hearing an airplane that probably would be producing a contrail if we were able to see it. But we aren't. We aren't able to. Benito asks, which state do you live? Excited state, I think. Horizontal. Vertical during the day, horizontal during the night. Next airplane coming in is Air France flight 1640, arriving from Paris. A319, 43 minutes to flight time. Foxtrot Golf Romeo Hotel Zulu is the registration. Unconscious state, Gary says. Unconscious during the day, during the night. Somewhat conscious during the day. Air France also serves Karens with a separate Karen cabin. Of course, French Karens living the life of drinking wine, eating cheese and whatnot, may need a wider cabin. But Air France has thought about that. Benito asks, can you go live on August 6th, 7:10 BC? Then my flight is leaving. Well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Many times people are asking me, are you going to be live then and then? And the answer always is invariably, I don't know. It depends on the day of the week. If it is a Tuesday or a Wednesday, the answer is no. If it is very late or very early, the answer is almost certainly no. If it is raining on that day, the answer is probably going to be no. So I never know for sure when I am going to be out here. I'm not even sure if I'm going out this Sunday because they are expecting thunderstorms and I'm not sure yet what time they'll arrive and whether or not they'll arrive in the west or in the east. Bob is often in a state of confusion. Me too, me too. That's a good answer. I'm also often in a state of confusion. Hey boss, good afternoon. And good afternoon to everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan. I say we. Valentine left, but Kevo is still here. And we are awaiting the arrival of Compass Air Cargo, a 747 assigned to the center runway. And not far behind it, the Emirates A380. We're sticking around until approximately 2 o'clock, or at least I am. I always talk in plural, but I'm actually meaning I. I'm staying here until approximately 2 o'clock until the 747 arriving from Miami has landed. Atlas Air underway. Expected in an hour or so from now, maybe a little less now. And that is going to be the last airplane of today's show. After that, I'm wrapping up, packing in, going home to have more vodka. Because that's what I do. I drink vodka all day, every day. Bridge Hopper, Eastern Airways, having arrived from Teesside or Darlington. Alrighty, next airplane to arrive is a wide-bodied 777 and it's flying base somewhere. I'm wondering, can we see it already? I think we ought to be able to see it if only I know where exactly I need to point the camera. Kevo is already indicating where?
On the left, just above the pipes now.
Above the pipes. Let me have a look. I was looking further to the left.
No, it's just taken off.
It should be turning in by now, so I'm thinking it ought to be somewhere in the vicinity of the pipes. Well, I don't know where you're pointing exactly in the sky, so could you be a bit more specific?
Start the first windmill now.
The first windmill. Nah, that's but no. The airplane I'm referring to is arriving from the left.
Very quiet, isn't it?
It has gone quiet, yeah.
Runway inspection.
Oh.
Runway inspection. Yeah.
Ladybug on the... Oh, yeah. now I see they're turning in for the center runway. That was less apparent on flight radar, but now we can see it quite clearly. So yeah, that's going to the wrong runway then.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
It must be a bird inspection in progress then. This is KLM flight 751, and that's the airplane arriving from Guayaquil, which is in actually proper use of the sound effect, but it's going to the wrong runway. Another airplane in the background that looked like it was Qatar or something, but surely it isn't. No, it's a narrow body. It's the Transavia arriving from Rhodes. The 747 should be somewhere behind that airplane. No, I'm already looking too far to the right. That is Transavia arriving from Rhodes. It's always hard to see these airplanes. You need to know exactly where you need to point the camera. It's not hard to spot them. The hard part is knowing where you need to look. Based on what you see on flight radar, it is sometimes a bit of a challenge. This is KLM flight 751 returning from Guayaquil. Yeah. Oh, you see it? Oh yeah, I do see something now. Yeah. Much more easy to see. There it is. That's Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. It's now the back-to-back arrival of the A380 and the 747. Unfortunately, well, luckily for us, I should say, because it means that we have all the time to follow all the airplanes. Would be nice if the A380 would pass by in the background on its base leg, but it is still pretty far away. It's just crossed over onto land, the landmass of the province of North Holland. So this is Compass Air Cargo with an Emirates Sky Cargo flight number, flight 9993. It's a 747-400 freighter. 6 hours 28 minutes away. That's the same flight duration as the A380 would take to get from Dubai to Amsterdam. Unsurprising, flying on behalf of Emirates. Probably the same route as the A380 would have taken. This is the Lima Zulu Charlie Juliet Alpha. Number 7 on flight radar. Tracked by 562 people right now. Not sure if that is a lot. First flight of this airplane was in September 2001. That's the month of 9/11, already 23 years ago. There you go, from one quad-engined airplane to the next, because turning in now, base the final is Emirates Flight 147, arriving from Dubai. Now also number 7 on Flight Radar. This is not the last airplane of today's show yet, because we are sticking around for the Atlas Air 747 that is arriving from Miami, Florida. Atlas 747 will be landing here around 2 o'clock. It is arriving from the west. If all is well, it should be landing here on this runway. Here we have Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Number 6 on Flight Radar, 664 people are tracking this airplane. The gear is still up. Flight time is 6 hours and 18 minutes, so that is pretty nominal, considering it is still 5 or so minutes out from landing. Registration Alpha 6 Echo Uniform Delta. The airplane is 9 years old. Its first flight was in March 2016. It is a pretty decent camera, isn't it? Yeah.
You can barely see that aircraft.
Yeah. If I go overboard with digital zoom, this is 400 times. From this angle, the lights aren't very apparent, and that's a good thing, because otherwise it would look very pixelated. But you can see the doors are opening. Outer main gear comes out first, and then the inner main gear. What's also helpful is that it isn't windy. Means I can also follow the airplane as accurately as one can with such a long focal length. Still well in the top end of digital zoom in addition to optical zoom. Going back to the top end of optical zoom, this is what you would see. Quite a substantial difference. So even though from here on we are magnifying pixels, it is giving us more detail than we otherwise would be able to see. But if it looks pixelated, it is because it is. This is just me magnifying pixels with a lot of digital zoom in addition to optical zoom. It's a good thing it's almost completely wind still. Means following the airplane is relatively easy. Zooming out completely, this is what you would see. This is more or less what we are seeing over here as well. It's the A380. And if you remember, you can already use the new ribbon tail custom emoji. Or at least it's not new. The emoji isn't new, but it's the latest iteration of Emirates' standard livery. Most of the fleet and most of the airplanes that we see come into Amsterdam still are donned in this livery, the old standard livery, if you will. At some point in the future, full as well, all these airplanes will have a ribbon tail. So again, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. My plan is to stick around here until the Atlas Air, now arriving from Miami and expected around 2 o'clock, has landed. Three 747s who have already landed. 2 of them have landed here. The other went just before the Emirates to the center runway. The Orange Pride landed over here. The 2-story building with wings is about to touch down on the center runway. Given the lack of wind, we should be able to hear its reversers being applied with a small delay. Not hearing that much. Wondering if they may be landing with an idle reverse. Could be. Right. We have another wide body that is going to the wrong runway. Turkish, flight 1957. That's an A330-200. Traffic to the Polderbaan has resumed. You heard something land just now. That was a KLM Embraer 175. Next airplane to land on the Polderbaan is going to be Air Transat, flight 376, which is arriving from Toronto. A321neo. Stephen also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Hope you were in time to see both Compass Air Cargo and the A380 land just now. And Boreas just renewed his membership. Welcome back, mate. We kept your seat warm. And thanks for renewing your membership. Welcome back, mate. This is Air Transat, an A321neo that just traversed the Atlantic Ocean. Flight 376, 6 hours and 51 minutes it has flown to get here. Imagine that, 6 hours and nearly 7 hours. And by the time that they have arrived at the gate, definitely 7+ hours in a narrow body. It's the Charlie Golf Oscar Kilo Charlie, the registration of this airplane. The airplane a year old. First flight August 2023, so it's going to turn 2 next month. Aditini, goedemiddag. It's back to narrow bodies for the time being. When is the next wide body to the Polderbaan coming? Nothing in the immediate vicinity just yet. Iceland Air. Iceland Air, is that the no, that's technically that's a narrow body. Iceland Air is coming this way with a 757-200. That's nice. In the meantime, also, thank you, Carlo, for your super sticker. Smiling face with sunglasses. Well, yeah, well, sunglasses aren't necessarily a requirement today. Kevo is wearing them, I am not. But the sun is definitely peeking through the clouds here and there, now and then. Thank you so much, Carlo. Tractor is going to pass by over the cycling path behind me. The young man driving the tractor, listening to hip hop, as you do. E2 Embraer. More KLM Embraers over there. No, wait, that's a 737. What? Sunglasses like the A321. Ah, get the connection now. Two airplanes on the glide slope. One of them is Air France up, but it's flying for KLM. That's interesting. So Air France up, flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1420, arriving from Nantes. Behind it is Vueling flight 1375, which is arriving from Alicante. And Adrian says Beluga 24,000 feet above IJmuiden. Interesting, because that's not too far away. Is it moving west or east, north or south? There's some high clouds bit to the northwest of us, but there's more openness northeast of us, so I hope it's moving west to east. Moving east? Okay. Let's see if we can spot a beluga. West to east. You see it? Oh yeah, have it. Thanks, Kevo. I was looking more upward. And now to find it against that backdrop. Come on. Come on. Come on. Now I've lost it again. Oh wait, there it is. Against a more blue backdrop. That's more easy to see. There it is. Impossible to find without a viewfinder like you would have on a telescope against the milky backdrop. But there you go. Thanks for the heads up, Adrian. And thanks, Kevo, who helped me find it. Had trouble finding it against the milky backdrop, but here you can see it against the blue backdrop. More easy to see. Daniel says you don't see a beluga flying every day. Indeed you don't. Now, as it happens, we also saw one yesterday. Yeah, exactly. That's 2 days in a row. 2 for 2 this week. Right, time to go back to the dime in a dozen 737s. This is KLM flight 1920, arrival from Zurich in Switzerland. 1 hour and 12 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Alpha is the registration. 26-year-old airplane, first flight January 1999, and behind it is a KLM 737 arrival from Dublin, Ireland, flight 1138. Tomasuna says, good day to you too. Welcome to the show, mate. Welcome to everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are awaiting the arrival of our last airplane, which will arrive around 2 o'clock. Atlas Air, arriving from Miami, Florida. It is underway. Last time we checked, its ETA was 10 minutes to 2. Let's have a quick look and see where it is flying right now. It is in the vicinity of Personchester and still has to traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire. Its ETA right now stands at 2:03. That's going to be the last airplane for today's show. We are going to stick around until it has landed. If you join in later, you may have missed a few interesting arrivals already. We have seen 3 747s, 2 of which landed here on this runway. One of them went to the other runway. The A380 also we saw here not too long ago. It also landed on the other runway. We also saw the Orange Pride coming in. It landed on this runway. Now, I already saw that there was a 757-200 underway for Iceland Air today. I'm also seeing a contrail over there. Which airplane is that? Looks like an Emirates A380. Yep, that's most definitely an Emirates A380. Also hearing something passing by overhead. can just about make out the line of the contrail, but it's hard to see with the milkiness as backdrop or foreground. Oh, it was Condor. There you go. Well, next time, Gadget. Off to LAX. I'm jealous of LAX streamers and London streamers and Frankfurt streamers. They have so much more variability in the airplane times that they see on that airport. Here it is just Embraer after Embraer after Embraer, then a police car, then a streamer. Yeah, well, probably not that much. Probably not that much. In the meantime, Air France over here landing. Air France up, arriving from Lyon. So this is Air France up, flying on behalf of Air France, not KLM. Up and away. Parallel arrivals in progress. Right now the next airplane to the Polderbaan is going to be an Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen, and flying parallel to it is a 737 KLM arriving from Budapest. Research says, don't forget the ducks. Well, how about we do forget the ducks? We haven't seen any ducks in today's stream yet. Only Gary Grebe for a brief cameo, and 3 Angry Coots. And also Russell Crowe, but that was in the beginning of the show. Haven't seen a duck yet. Ever since they've begun working here on the dam, wall, or whatever you want to call it, the ducks have gone. Rightly so. Nowhere that they can hide from hungry herons. Yep, the ducks have been scared away. Absolutely right, Daniel. First Darshane says, could be worse, boy. There's like 5 planes over the whole of New Zealand right now. Yeah, but it is in the middle of the night over there. There are also only 5 airplanes over the entirety of the Netherlands in the middle of our night as well. Most of the airplanes now seem to be going to the center runway. There are still airplanes, of course, coming to the Polderbaan, but they're spaced out a bit more than the airplanes currently en route to the center runway. It's another Embraer. There you go. Something you hardly ever see here at Schiphol Airport. Next airplane to arrive here should be an EasyJet A319 arriving from PMO, and that's Palermo in the south of Italy. EasyJet arriving from Persenchester is also arriving. That should be next. Next after the one arriving from Palermo, I should say. In the meantime, it's also narrow bodies fest to the center runway. We're not missing out on any wide bodies in the moment. At the moment. In the meantime, everything to both runways right now, strictly narrow body, single aisle airplanes. Here we have a Transavia 737, which is arriving from Heraklion in Greece. Flight 6876, and that's what you get when I try to focus or try to try to do something in Flight Radar, such as opening up the label where I find all the information that I can share with you. Oh, tractor incoming. This is the Papa Hotel X-Ray Juliet, 8 years old, first flight April 2017. Dude, no, there's a tractor and even more incoming. Have a look. It's a Jaguar. Jaguar Speedster. Yeah. Well, there you go. Constantly things are happening here. Airplane is only a small part of the equation. In the meantime, a warm welcome to Stefan Tudor. Or is it Stefan Tudor? Yeah, Stefan Tudor probably is a Dutch name, or is it Stefan Tudor? That sounds even more fancy. Stefan Tudor just became our latest Aurora Skylines member. Welcome to the club, mate. Don't forget, you are now eligible to vote in the custom emoji elections as well. So head over to the community section for members and follow the link in the latest post where you can find a poll. And there you can pick up to 2 of your favorite suggestions to become custom emoji number 33 and 34. We have temporary placeholders and it's time to get more definitive emojis in their stead. If you need to know where stuff is, Stefan, ask around. Many members have gone before you and will happily show you around. Nikki asks what's being built at the runway. Well, they are fortifying the dike or the dam wall, whatever you want to call this whole construction. They're fortifying it, so they're putting down additional sand and also fencing. So these are going to be the fences that will only protrude a little bit above the waterline. And what you will see is that these poles are being driven almost completely into the ground until they only rise a little bit above the waterline. It's fortification. Make sure that the sand they're putting here isn't going to drift away. And it's being eaten by the water, so to speak. In the meantime, Mario is celebrating that we have crossed through 700 likes. What? Thank you all so much for that. 700 likes and counting. That's 70% of an airplane dance that we aren't going to see today, but maybe someday in the future we will see it again. 1,000 likes, we'll give you one. After that, they come more cheaply. This is an A321neo KLM. A321neo arriving from Berlin, KLM, flight 1776. Now there's also an A320neo coming this way, EasyJet, arriving from Persenchester. And Persenchester is also the location where the last airplane of today's show was just now when we checked last time. Let's have a quick look, see where it is flying right now. It's now flying just north of Norwich. So all it has to do is basically traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire and then it will be arriving here. Atlas Air, last airplane of today's show, it's a 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida. Still with an ETA of 2:03, so that's half an hour before it is going to land here. It would be nice if we were going to see more wide bodies before then. One narrow body of interest is coming, and that is a 757-200 from Iceland Air. Didn't click on the label when I saw it. I thought that their special liveries were all 757-300s. So it's probably the old standard livery, which in itself is already infinitely better than the current standard livery, at least in my opinion. Kevin, what do you think? Iceland Air, new livery or old? New? Really? You like that? You like that sterile white and a single color? Okay. Well, I'm happy to see that there are more than one person, at least following AMS Live, that I now know are who favor the new livery.
I think they're going to put more colour on it.
You think?
Afterwards, yeah.
You think the livery is not fully developed yet? That's an interesting opinion. It would be nice if they added more colors. I really think it's a bit boring right now. I don't think that the way they the way it is right now, I don't think it is an improvement compared with what it used to be. Ah, and it is indeed the old standard livery. Marissa checked it. Thank you, Marissa. There's also an ETA coming, but it's going to the center runway. It's going to fly right behind this airplane. So after this has landed, we can nicely transition over to the ETA that is now approaching the center runway. This is Welling, or fueling, or fueling, fueling. Landing here at Schiphol to do some refueling. Flight 8312, arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour 57 minutes on the way, and the airplane I'm going to transition to in a moment is ETA Airways flight 114. And that's a Bombardier C-Series 100 arriving from Milan. Flight time 1 hour and 24 minutes. Irish registered, EIMVF. That's Maria, Mike, whatever you want to call it, Victor Foxtrot. Hey, the Greenkeeper card is returning. Groundskeeper Willy. Howdy Stefan, goedemiddag. Arenda, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed some interesting arrivals already. The Orange Pride earlier in the morning. We saw the A380 and one 747 go to the center runway, and two 747s landed here. If all is well, the 747 we are waiting for, and which is expected in 20 or so minutes from now, should also land over here. Fingers crossed it will, because we have seen it happen before, that the airplanes were directed to the center runway because of a last minute runway inspection before they closed the center runway. Hope that's not going to happen today. It's already been a suboptimal stream with streamers, sound polluting the stream, and poles and fences visually polluting the stream. Egypt Air 787 is still going to center, Marissa says. That's a pity. That's a pity. Stefan asks, anyone going to try catch a glimpse of the new retro livery of Transavia next Friday, the 25th? The answer is yes. Don't know what time it is going to arrive yet, but I will adjust my stream time accordingly so that hopefully we can catch the arrival of the Transavia Retro next week Friday, which is something I'm personally looking forward to a lot. From what I've seen, an absolute looker. Transavia A321neo is going to the center runway. That's arriving from EFL. That is Kefalonia. Maria says that someone said around 2 p.m. for the Transavia. That's good to know. Hopefully it will be published beforehand. I do know that it is going to be Transavia flight 1965 in honor of the year Transavia was founded. This is KLM flight 1640 arriving from Turin in Italy. Number 175. It's back to the narrow bodies. Next up, BA flight 434, which is arriving from London Heathrow. At its 8 o'clock, we can already see another Transavia A321neo, which is arriving from Malaga. BA flight 434, underway from London Heathrow, now for 40 minutes. It's an Airbus A319 and it's Jeff. It's Golf Echo Uniform Oscar Foxtrot, which I'm pretty sure, well, you're a Brit. How do you pronounce this? How would you pronounce the registration? I'm asking Kevo. I would say Jeff.
Jeff, yeah.
Yeah, Jeff. Absolutely. Jeff
drives a jet.
Jeff drives a Jag. Oh, what a nice painting. I'll just borrow that. Oh, and the cutlery. Give me your jacket.
Seem to have left my wallet.
Absolutely amazing. Kevo knows the reference I was referring to, which is nice. Ali says, well, it's time for me to vanish for the day. Thank you once again, boy, for another awesome stream. And also thanks to the mods and chatters for a great morning. Back tomorrow. Take care all. Thank you for joining here, Ali. You have a great day. Hope to see you again tomorrow, weather permitting. Not sure about Sunday, but if all is well, tomorrow should be another good day to be streaming. Hope to see you then. Now, this is BA. It's an A319. It's arriving from London. You know.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Tractor with a big trailer passing by behind me just now. Iceland Air already in the back of the glide slope. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Is that it? That looks different. That's an A321neo. Iceland Air should be turning in. In the meantime, Stefan is celebrating 14 months of membership. He rides 14 months and still going strong. Thank you, boy. Stefan, thank you so much for your continued support. 14 months already. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking and let me see what I can do to fix it then. Massive big thank you, Stefan, for your ongoing support. 14 months and counting. 01 Mike D also returned. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. I think this is the 757. Yeah, that does look like a sleek narrow body. Third to arrive right now. In the middle we have an A321neo, and here in the foreground we have a Transavia A321neo. Hey, and Lewis is also celebrating today. Where's the marijuana? That's in the coffee shop, mate. If I leave that in the lounge where not everybody is using it, it's going to go bad. You are free to bring your own though, so feel free to do so. Liwa is celebrating 27 months of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Liwa. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Hope you're going to stick around as a member for many more months to come, but I also hope you are certainly going to stick around as a moderator for many more months to come. Hope both are still to your liking, and do let me know if either of the two is no longer to your liking. You know how to find me. Hopefully everything will still be to your liking. I'm laughing because I also saw the comment of Ray just below the message of Liwa, who says, boy only has a deal with the coke dealer, not the marijuana dealer. Well, we are in the Netherlands, so a marijuana dealer probably is never too far away. But I would have to look into that. I used to grow a few plants myself when I was smaller, back in middle school. My mom allowed me. Had some cuttings that were already guaranteed to be feminine. But unfortunately, as they were blooming and I was in school and I had them outdoors, a rain shower fell and I wasn't able to put them indoors before they got wet, and that led to a premature harvest because they would start to get moldy otherwise. So if need be, I can probably still grow some myself. Absolutely, I'm going to try that, Stefan. Stefan asks, going to film the new retro livery from Transavia Friday the 25th? Absolutely, I'm going to try to do that, mate. Absolutely. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Gary in Amsterdam, who has been a member now for 8 months. Hey, and congratulations. My dad is 93 years old today. I'm only 8 months. Your dad is a very vigorous man, Dan. Thank you so much for the support, Gary. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. And also, of course, when you come over in real life, hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. You know where to find me if anything is running low on supplies or if we need to do something else, purchase new stuff. Right, next up, Iceland Air Flight 500, arrival from Reykjavik in Iceland. It's 2 hours and 42 minutes on the way, 757-200. That's the TFISR, India Sierra Romeo 26. I think we've seen this one before. It also has its own Coke dealer by the looks of it. Afterboy says this livery is way better than the new one. Well, it's interesting. I always thought that everybody would agree with that, but not everybody does. I think Reticent Guy also was of the opinion that the new livery looks better than the old one. I definitely think that the new livery of Aer Lingus looks better. Although the darker green also wasn't that bad looking. The new livery is a little bit better. The new nose ruins it, Marissa says. Tja, what can you do about that? All right, there is a Qatar 777 arrival from Doha going to the center runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Flight 273. That's Qatar. That's Qatar Airways. It's not Qatar Cargo. It is a 777-300ER. It has passengers on board. The Alpha 7 Bravo Echo Charlie. In the meantime, when everybody is landing over here, that is a 737-800 arrival from Geneva in Switzerland. And we have a small combo shot cameo coming up. Very brief. Okido. Now, interesting to see that on Flight Radar I also see Medic 2. That is on the ground outside of airport terrain at a crossing near Bad Hoeverdorp. That's interesting to see. Next airplane to Polderbaan is approaching from a distance. That is Iberia Flight 737, arriving from Madrid. In the meantime, a Pilatus PC-12 is flying in over the city of Amsterdam to runway 22. I'm looking to my right to see if maybe I can see it somewhere. On the off chance that I can see it, such a small airplane. Visibility is good, but it's really small and you really need to know where you need to look. That's always the case with everything flying around here. They're still digging with the excavator north of us. Now, interesting to see, we have Boeing flight numbers. Flight 737 from Iberia is now approaching the Polderbaan. Flight 757 from Egypt Air is approaching the center runway. The airplane approaching this runway is an Airbus, and the airplane that is arriving to the center runway is actually a Boeing. We should be able to film the Dreamliner from Egypt Air after this landing. Also looks like the traffic moving right to left in the background on the A9 highway is moving rather slowly. Looks like maybe a traffic jam forming. Bit early. 5 to 2. This is Egypt Air, flight 757 arriving from Cairo in Egypt. 4 hours, 10 minutes on the way, 7879 Dreamliner. Registration Sierra Uniform Golf Foxtrot Yankee. We can easily follow this airplane until it has landed. The next airplane to the Polderbaan is approaching, but is still further to the north. That is a Vueling A320 or an A320neo. The labels of the parallel airplanes are overlapping. Vueling arriving from Palma de Mallorca. It's gone pretty quiet over here. There were more people here before, work people, but also people just watching the airplanes. There's still a few ladies over there, the guy sitting on the bench, a few pedestrians, cyclists, a tractor, an EV from BAM. Also somebody sitting over there, by the looks of it, and a family on the edge of the bridge. Looking at the parking spot of the Spottersplatz itself, you can see along the fence quite a few people are over there. And Roy is signing off. Thank you so much for joining, Roy. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again later in the weekend. Now I am going to wrap up shortly, but not before Atlas Air has landed here. Atlas Air should be on the way. Hasn't been assigned to a runway yet. I'm wondering, where is it flying? The answer is pretty close by already. So question is, can we see it already? Kevo is already looking, and I'm thinking it needs to be somewhere in the vicinity of that radio tower. Oh, it's right behind the radio tower, just to the right of it. Can you see it? Huh? Yeah, well, no, wait, that's a different airplane. That's not a 747. It looks like a KLM triple. So that is, yeah, that's KLM flight 592. So we need to look further to the left. Yeah, we need to look at the same altitude but a bit further to the left. Now is the airplane preceding the 747. It should be around the same altitude probably. I think we should be able to see it if only we know where we need to look. Police is also coming this way. It's funny how it's seemingly impossible to see the 747, which should be closer by than the triple was It should be bigger. It should be more easily to see. Should be more easy to see. And yet, both Kevo and I are struggling with it. Alright, well, it is now flying around the same location as where I saw the triple. That was in the vicinity of the tower. It's remarkable that it's so hard to find the 747 when we were able to find the triple so easily. Me and Kevo are both still looking. Yeah, probably. Yeah, no, I'm looking on FlightRadar. It is over land now, so I think it's probably already a bit further now to the right. But where, I don't know for sure. It's the milkiness that makes it hard to see. I thought it would make it easier, and maybe on the glide slope or earlier it did when it was more, when the clouds were more thick.
Is that the triple just turned in above the pipe?
It should be. I'm already struggling to find the triple. Oh wait, there it is. Yeah, above the pipes. And 7-4. It's remarkable how such a big airplane can fly so stealthily past us. Really, where is it? Ah, I found it. It's a bit lower. It's now above the pipes on the left hand side. You've got it as well, right? There you go. Holy shizzle. Well, there's also an A330-200 arriving from Boner right behind the 747, so I'm not going to let that pass up, of course. I'm going to stick around for that. What a pain in the you-know-what to find that one. But there you go. KLM Flight 765 is turning in behind Atlas. That is a triplet of wide bodies then coming this way. Question is, can we see the A330 somewhere? Answer is no, not yet. That's okay. Right, last three airplanes are approaching. To begin with, KLM Flight 792, which is arriving from Sao Paulo. That's 777-300 The Papa Bravo Victor Whiskey. Speaking of VWs, there's also a VW approaching here. That's an EV. This machine certainly isn't. Liwa has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Liwa. Hope to see you later in the weekend. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Queen number 4. Here she is. Atlas Air flight 8209, arriving from Miami, Florida. 7478, November 851, Gin Tonic is the registration of this airplane. Flight time 8 hours and 2 minutes. Oh. "13-year-old airplane, first flight July 2012. And behind it is KLM flight 765, arriving from Bonaire. That's the last airplane of today's show. Question is, will this airplane get loud?
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
The previous 7478 that landed here earlier in the morning did get loud, so fingers crossed this one will too. That wasn't half bad. That was pretty okay, absolutely, yeah.
It seems to be reversing but not slowing down.
Yeah, probably heavy then. Yeah, it definitely used its reversers, but it definitely wasn't looking like it was slowing down that easily. Next airplane, last airplane. KLM flight 765, arriving from Bonaire. This is the PHAOD arriving. A330-200, flight time 8 hours 43 minutes. 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2006. People are already saying their goodbyes. I say goodbye to you too. Thank you all so much for joining. Hopefully we'll meet again tomorrow. Full well, tomorrow we should still have decent enough weather to be doing a live stream. I hope Sunday will have good weather as well, or at least decent enough weather to be going out. Don't know that for sure yet. Last time I checked the forecast for Sunday, it wasn't looking that good. One day at a time. Idle reverse landing. And on that terrible disappointment, it is time to end. This was the last airplane for today's show. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Despite the onslaught of narrow bodies, despite the rubble in the way, despite all the streamers, I still had a great time here, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you did like what you see and you want to help this channel for free, a massive big thank you for all the support, for the super chats, the super stickers and whatnot, for the gifted memberships, for those who became a member themselves again. A massive big thank you also to the ground crew. Kevo, thank you so much for joining me here today. And also Valentine, who already left but was here for an extended period of time as well. Thank you for joining here as well. Lastly, a massive big thank you to all the moderators for once again keeping the stream and the chat friendly and accessible to all. You guys rock and are all what makes this channel so great. Hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you will enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. And I'm going to say bye for now. Take care. See you soon.